The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. Their grouping will become known as a psalm, and together they become psalms. Let me show you our Creator's 12 commandments, listed in Exodus chapter 20, verses 1 through 17. Any father of a family or his wife who did not obey any one of these 12 commandments, our Creator demanded they bring him a sin offering. Thus, our Creator defined the word sin as not obeying any one of these 12 commandments. Next, I want to show you how I changed one word in Exodus 26, verse 26, the word bars to arches, and the words now reveal the style of the roof for our Creator's tent for meeting with Him. Let me show you the translator's words from the preface of the 1611 King James Bible. They gave 4 reasons for themselves or others to edit the Bible's words. The red arrow at the top points to their 3rd reason to edit the text. By the light and feeling we attained unto ourselves. The next red arrow down points to them giving the title, the Divine, to a clerk named Gregory. The next block of words, they point out they were happy that the first emperor of Rome established the year to the course of the sun. Behind this text means Nebuchadnezzar ordered his kingdom to follow our Creator's calendar when he stopped eating grass. Did you notice the letter S in sun is capitalized? This is to give respect to the Egyptian sun god Ra. Have you seen the Egyptian obelisk in the Vatican's front yard? The last arrow points to your reward for studying the Bible. Your reward is to have a fellowship with the saints and participation of a heavenly nature that will never fade away. There is no such thing as nature to a truthful Christian. Our Creator created everything. By their own words, they were not seeking to know our Creator or Jesus. Not everyone has the knowledge to correct every word. I have an old Bible program that has the New American Standard Bible 1977 concordance to help find a better word. Their concordance has the number of times they use that English word in a parenthesis for that Hebrew word. The translators removed his name, YHVH, to put in 2 titles, Lord and God. I replaced those titles using the letters Y and V as his name, for the Hebrew language does not have a J, O, or W. By using these 2 letters, I am closer to the truth than anyone using J, O, or W for his name. So why is there a single letter O in the Hebrew text 1,095 times? No proper English was used? The blue highlighted text is text that I am removing. The red highlighted words are little words that I'm adding. Gray italic words are words that I added. To respect and honor our Creator, all capital letters in purple are our Creator's words. The Hebrew text in the Bible has hidden formats. By revealing these formats, I will prove the first writer's words were hidden from you. These formats look like poetry as I group them into small paragraphs. All right, that didn't work out too well. I was pushing too many buttons, but let me get to the stream here. Now this will be Psalms 9 or 85. Yeah, what a start. Psalms 84, and anything within the paragraph parentheses. Those are words that they found in other manuscripts that they decided to put into the text, and I believe it was after 1611. When you see words like this in fuchsia, that means the text has been added in 1977. This is the NSAB text. I'm changing the title God to the more proper title, our Creator. And I have actually studied and pulled and read so I could get individual verses and the title God. And as you can see here in this screenshot, 2,325 times, and all of them I have checked, and very few mean God. It's our creator, such as in the beginning he created, our creator created, okay? That's why the title is better than anything that they got. Now, okay. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by finding the shortest paragraphs and then group them together to reveal the first writer's formats. How lovely are your dwelling places. Okay. Now this is our creator doesn't have dwelling places. Okay. He does refer to him, or he does ascend into heaven from earth. And even Jesus looked to heaven to ask for a miracle to feed the people. Now, where heaven is located is, let me get it here. Did it come up or is it hidden here? Uh-oh. Well, there it is. It was a little slow today. In Psalms 48:2, only in the New American Standard Bible, there's another Bible copy of it, but it's such an obscure Bible. I don't really mention it. Here are the text from verse 2, and it says, Mount Zion in the far north. Now, to make this mountain, you have to understand the North Star stays still and the other stars rotate in a motion that form this mountain. Okay, so above the North Star is where our Creator exists, heaven is located, but the star's motion is the second heaven, and the third heaven is where our birds fly, okay, and our clouds are at. So next, I should have just closed that. I don't think I'll be needing that again. So, how lovely is your dwelling places? This is wrong. Places is not true. Our Creator does not live. Dwelling means live. Let's take a look at that in the Strong's Concordance, the New American Standard Concordance. You can see down here they have dwelling. Okay, so it does mean tent. Okay, they say tabernacle, but that's just a false word completely. And here they're using two words in the same place, so that's why it's dwelling place. But dwelling places 9 times. Tabernacle 109 times, that's wrong. Our Creator defined to Moses to build a tent for meeting with me. And if you're changing the definition of our Creator's tent for meeting with me that he told Moses, that's what he's calling it. Well, you can follow those people. Therefore, no sanctuary. He doesn't need a sanctuary, but he does had a tent in a house to meet with the priest in order to forgive or not forgive people who came with their sin offering. How lovely are your dwelling? How lovely is your lovely? Now that's a wrong word, but let's see how they're used. Let's see if that's, yep, beloved. Okay, so we know that these words are absolutely idiots. And you wouldn't say how, you would say great. And that would mean now we have to define what great is here, because lovely, isn't it? I mean, great, not are, is. And I know I'm doing a lot of editing right up off the top of this, but the only thing is this is what I'm going to do to the text. But the thing here is we have to define is house. How great is your... Now, I could put tent or house, but I'm going to put house here. And then it's all capitals because it's his. So now we've got the correct statement here. I'm not using the word of hosts because hosts are gods becoming stars in heaven. So when it says hosts, it means the stars. Okay, and we know the difference what stars are today and how far they are away. They thought they were very close. My soul longed and even yearned for your not courts. Our Creator had only one courtyard. So my heart and my flesh sing for joy to the living God. The birds also has found a house, and the swallow a nest for herself. Well, we know these words aren't very important. Where shall she lay her young? Now, you can tell that these words were just stuck in the middle because now we're back here talking about his courtyards. What's in his courtyard? Even your altars. This doesn't even, the word even doesn't make sense. Your altars, YB. My King and my Creator. How blessed are those who live in your house. Well, we know that's not true, but we do have the word house now that would refer to me using the correct word here, house. They are ever praising you. They're offering up atonement for a person's not obeying one of the 12 commandments. So that seems to be a little bit of a stretch here, what's being said. How blessed is man, not the man. That would make it secular. Our Creator defines the word man as male. I made man male and female. And it's not how blessed, because once blessed is blessed. Okay? Whose strength is in you, in whose heart are the highways. This is all wrong. They acted like they know that there's highways whose heart are in the highways to Jerusalem. Boy, would I like to talk to the editor on that one. I mean, hey, even the guy that put that in there, I'd like to see him explain where the our highways are. For the simple fact, physically on Earth, there is only one highway that goes right straight through all of the nation of Israel. So this word is, with the S on it's wrong. If I put it together with the rest of it, our highway and roads passing through, but that's wrong. They don't pass through the valleys. It is so much of a hill country in Israel, and the rivers that come like this a few times into it. That's why there is one major highway going through Israel. So a valley could be dozens of places because we're talking hill country. Okay. They make it a spring. The early rain also covers with blessings. This word is wrong because this is only by our Creator blessing man. Okay. They go from strength to strength. What the heck? This is just out because it doesn't make any sense. But they also knew that they needed to add every one of them appears before L. Now, why I put the word L here is because when I was looking in the text and I said, okay, this is 7, and you've seen that they added this word, that when I went to click on God here, you see the word L here. If I click on it, they got it as before, but if I go click here, so the word L here doesn't mean God at all. Okay, so it's one of those. This is H413. So they're using it as the word before. And when, just to let you know, not every word L is actually used as our title God. And you've seen how many words it did mean. Appears before our Creator in Jerusalem. We're in his house, talking about his house. It is in Jerusalem. But the streams don't go all lead there. Let's see, maybe I should put a map up real quick just to show you and explain what it means when I say highways. I think this could be a good one. See how hilly it is? And well, these rivers, they aren't really good there. Is this map any better? It's better, I guess. So let me use this one. And what I wanted to show you here is that, see how the rivers are here? There's even a river that goes this way. So they weren't crossing this river at the very beginning. They probably made a bridge there somewhere. But this would be the highway that would be coming in here. And they probably used it as the dividing line between the two tribes here. And then it would come down. See how the river comes to here and to here? So you know it has to come here. It's got to go around that river. And then you can see here's a river and here's a river all the way to here. So this is the highway that they most likely took for maybe 3,000 years. That is known as the highway. Okay. Now, before I get lost here, what was I talking about here? Okay. Also, Jerusalem doesn't have highways. I wanted to, where is that? Jerusalem is located over in here. So it's off the side of the highway. Or no, it isn't. Later, they would have made it the main city as the highway. So Jerusalem would have been down here. So the highway does lead to Jerusalem. Sorry about that. Okay. Why thee, our Lord, hear my prayer. Give ear, creator of Jacob. And notice how I've got the title creator here instead of God. This is a good example because it's not Jacob. We're talking about Israel. And we're talking about the nation of Israel. Okay, so when I see that word and I know it's the capital or the nation, I capitalize it and I make it bold. Okay, so now you know when you read it like that in the text that I have, you know what we're talking about. And Jacob, why would they be calling him Jacob when our Creator changed his name? Are you defying our Creator by telling them that you know better that it's Jacob? But give ear, our Creator of Israel. So this means the Creator of our nation. And this is not the God of Israel, but the Creator of Israel. Okay, our Creator who created Israel. Okay, behold our shield. And I wouldn't use the word behold, I would say to look. He is our shield, our creator. And he looks upon the face of your anointed. This would be Jesus that they're talking about being anointed. So I'm going to make it face and mean it to Jesus. And this is anointed because you have to be anointed to be a priest in order to forgive. Okay? And his anointment is at baptism time. When he is baptized, then after he is baptized, you'll even notice the text has a story related to the paraplegic being lowered from the roof, or they brought him in. He is tells them your sins are forgiven. Okay. So the thing here is they even discussed who can forgive sins, but Jesus tells them that because our Creator, he doesn't come out and tell them exactly how he is anointed, but he does tell them that he's been given this now because he does fulfill that law to be a priest. And a priest is the one that goes in as the mediator between people and our Creator. There are no more priests today. They're not, because the priests, according to our Creator, have to be married, and then their sons become priests. But the object here is that's all gone now for the simple fact our Creator has given him the right to forgive. Doesn't need the offering sacrifice, or doesn't need to have a sacrifice of a ram, the muscles brought in to be given as an offering. Jesus is just he's given Jesus just the will by his saying, I will allow you into heaven, into my kingdom. So, for the days of your court is better than 1,000 outside. I would rather stand at the threshold of your house, my Creator, and it would be my Creator. I would need the word our here. Than live in the tents of the wicked. This is just stupid. This would be live by, not in, by. That is, how stupid is that? That the wicked are going to allow you to live in their tent. And by now, they're known as homes and not tents. Depends on what time. I would say during Abraham's time, yeah, a lot of tents, a lot of stick homes. Even when they return, I would imagine there had been a lot of establishment of stick homes and tents. Tents do provide no water leak, so but then live by, I'll say, homes of the wicked, and that would be more than the tent. Okay. For Yv our Lord. Oh, we have a sun god, is a sun, and our shield. Oh, now that is really, oh, look at that. Ra, the sun god, put right there in the Bible. Ra is the sun god, and they made it a god. For Lord God, they didn't even, for the Lord God, because I always used to take out the word the when I do this, when I put in here his name, because they have it the Lord, and they never put it our Lord. So it is, for the Lord God is a son. Oh, maybe, okay, hold on. I got to save that. I'm going to save the whole verse because people aren't going to believe it when I show them that. I'm collecting all these kind of things, stupid things like his eyelids touch the sons of men. He has smoke blowing out his nose. But right there it is, a sun god right there is a sun. And I'm not even going to try to save anything here because if they're adding that much, pretty much this is not right either. Yv gives grace and glory. No good thing does he withhold from those who walk uprightly. Well, it doesn't matter whether you walk uprightly. The meaning of the word is obedient to our Creator. That's how he blesses you. So this word is wrong. So this is wrong. Yv, not how blessed. Yv blesses here, and then it would be with an S and get rid of es. So put the S here and get rid of it here to correct that word. Blesses man, male and female, added the women into the Bible just like that. They had a secular meaning for man who trusts in you. Yv blesses man who trusts in him. Okay. Now I went through the text and I got a pretty good idea what I'm going to do with it. And that's throughout most of it because you started seeing some of that. Now, how great is your house, Yv? Now that verse is separate from this group. My soul longed and even yearned for your. Now here, this is not courtyard. He doesn't have courtyards or courts. He has a courtyard. But this is would be our Creator. So I need it as add to that. My soul, no, this can't be correct. This has to be heart, if anything. Your soul, they just know that their soul is their being that's within them that makes them, that they're going to, or it causes their breath to happen and gives a lot of meaning to the word soul, is going to either go into heaven or descend into the abyss. So it's my heart not longs, but longs. And that would mean that these words would be from a priest, okay? Because you can't go into his house otherwise. It was a law that nobody, not even the king, could go into the courtyard. He just wasn't allowed. And only a few Levites, it would have been, each of them would have had 12 tribes had a priest, so these are the highest priests. And then they had one priest who was the highest priest, and that was to assist the king or judge in making the peace offering in case they needed to go to battle. The peace offering was just a lamb being offered up on the altar, and it was a peace offering that when they went to war, they had peace for themselves when it was all over. Even your courtyards. Oh, I should have put this all capitalized. Your courtyards. Your court. Wiving. I get rid of that. My heart longs and even yearn. In this verse, now that makes it, this would make it a 4-verse if I do it this way, but these two verses connect together, and that's kind of odd because I would have to put this verse above this verse to mean these two are like meaning. The writer has a certain style, and I'm very familiar with the style. That is not the style the way it is right now. Now, this text here, my heart and my body, is a better word than flesh or skin, because a lot of times flesh actually means muscle too. So my heart and body sing for joy. Well, that's not, you can't do that. From my heart, my mouth, from my heart and my mouth, I sing for joy to our living Creator. But at no time, when they sing in with joy, this is at the celebration of the passing over. The passing over is the first day of their year, and it is the most holiest of their year. And then in the Sinai created, our Creator in the Sinai made it a law or a statute, according to one of the Psalms I just done, that the next 8 days are this celebration time. Okay, and that's where the text revealed that they would sound the horn and then start singing and having a festive. But they were celebrating. This was a celebration time. So it wouldn't have been in the middle of the afternoon. It wouldn't be in the morning. It would be later in the day when it's starting to cool down that they would gather for this singing and dancing. So this text is really out of order because it's not talking about the celebration. We have a priest We might have a priest at the end saying these things, so I'm going to just call this out because I didn't see anything about a celebration or something like that. But I guess I should leave it clear that in case I need to use some words like needing another paragraph to meet the format, because this is kind of like already 30 minutes into this, and a lot of people might be just tuning in from time to time. So what I'm doing is, oh, where is it? And I didn't put it in that section yet. Okay. This is what I'm doing. Okay. This is what I'm doing. I'm taking the text and editing, and I'm looking for this this is one of the two formats. Okay. And you'll see it as a statement, the comma, period, statement, comma, period. This is a small paragraph. This is a small paragraph, but they connect together to make a larger paragraph. Each of these is known as a psalm, and together these are a psalm, are psalms. So that's what I'm going to be doing, and I need that in there. Okay. So if one of those groups is missing, I could use maybe this group here, because this, no, can't use any of that. For your courtyards, YV. This would be and be by your altars, YV, my king and my creator. Now this doesn't have any other text to hook to. Okay, now watch this. If this, because I really start thinking when I'm silent like that. Now remember how I told you this verse here kind of connects with that one. And if I do that, then this one needs another one. So let me say that if all this were to continue, my heart longs and even yearns. It has to be an S now because I did make it longs. This is down. Even yearns to be in your courtyard. I think that would be right. To be in your courtyard, YV. And serve. This would have to be in and serve and offer on your altar. And offer on your altars, but the word altars is wrong. It should only be one. These are our creators, so they get capital. But there are 13 altars there, but the object here is only need 12 for atoning for sin. Yeah, maybe you could offer a sin offering for all Israel on one as well. And serve, not even. I know this is going to be my word that I need to add because I'm getting rid of the word evening. So even serve them at your altars, at your altar. So this would be added, this would be added, this is completely added, this word no longer exists. And this would be a priest now to only be able to say this. And since I put the word serve here and there, and I have two words, I can get rid of this. Although, wait a second. Because if I don't, I put it here. Because I'd have 4 by this time, so this would be a period. Okay, and serve them at your altar. Livy is our creator, is my creator. Or our, could be either or right now. So I would, but if he's a priest, it's our creator, okay? So this would have to be our. Livy is our creator, and get rid of this. Comma. And blesses. I thought I'd done this word already once. Oh, I did it here. I'm doing it here. And blesses. Getting rid of the D. Yeah, I can just get rid of the D. Just say I'm adding the S here. And blesses those who live by your house. Because it has to be for everybody, just not one person that's speaking here, who celebrate by your house. Because that's a statute we learned. So the word by has to be here, but live is not the right word. Who blesses those who celebrate, because this is really a command, but it's a statute. I'm thinking it's going to end up being a statute. The word live, so wait a second, I got to get rid of that. And I've got to say this is a word I'm adding, so I need to make it like that in gray. Who celebrate by your house. This would be a comma then, which comes out pretty good. Who celebrate by your house. Forever. Forever. Praising you, or praising him. He's tone. I think that's going to be him right now. Because other than that, I'm not sure. Because he's talking about blessing those whoever are praising you. I guess that could be either or, so I'll work on that later. But when you're blessing those, blessing maybe is our creator and blesses now the word those could be strongly written, meaning Jesus' people. They're servants later, but they're people, and he's going to choose from them. And it's going to be who celebrate by your house. forever praising you. These words, they're out. This doesn't, all of this is already, this most important part here, blessing man whose strength is right here and blesses his people. I got to put his people here. Because even at the time of David, they were celebrating this passing over of what the celebration of the Passover and the celebration thereafter. And if it can be said, yeah, it's got to be his people. What am I waiting for? What am I thinking so hard? And then I'll put his here. And I'll make this, as I'm adding this though, I'm correcting this stupid word. His people who celebrate by your house. By his house, forever praising you. By your house, forever praising him. And this could be Jesus as well, but appear before our Creator in Zion. Or, yeah, Zion. In Jerusalem. This needs to be just removed. There's not enough to connect it to. YVR Creator. Here's our prayers. So this here's, I'm going to add an S on the end. Here's our prayer. Our prayers. I'm going to add an S here as well. Get rid of my, and that would be a period. Now, how does this verse become this? Because if he's already heard, I don't need these words. Our Creator of Israel. I would say we look to behold is like seeing. I'll show you that here. Is our shield. Okay, now this is that, like that, like this, and that's what I'm adding. And over here, this is 9. So 9, when I say behold, and I go down through here, see how it's used as look 72 times, okay? And they used it as behold, which would be 11 times. Okay, so therefore, I got rid of the word behold and say we look to as our Creator. What a pile of mess, huh? So before I go down through all those, what I'm going to do is just take this and show you what a quick cleanup looks like. to see how well am I doing here cleaning this up. So if I go up here and I didn't get rid of the coloring around it. Sometimes that one works, sometimes it doesn't. I'm a little disappointed that, but it is rather sophisticated. So let me see, all this. No, I forgot to make that 8 point, because that's not going to be there. So this, get rid of that. Same here. Get rid of all that coloring. And you can see how the 4-verse grouping, although I got 5 here. Oh, that's right. That's what I was doing. I made this verse here part of that. And then this for, and this needs to be a comma here. But you can see now 4-verse, 4-verse, 4-verse. So I'm not going to go through here and correct it yet, but I can do a couple coloring here. But the object here is this is, you can see, well, I'm shocked how close, what is that, YouTube? No, it's still got a longer delay. I'm seeing too much of a delay unless it's coming longer to me, back through to me. But the object here is, now I'm looking for the next text here. Our Creator, look upon the face of your anointed. Our Creator. I'm not sure how that's to be written right now. In the days of your courtyard, a day in your courtyard. No such thing as courts. A day in your courtyard is better than is better than. If the word than is here, let me see here. Yeah, it's 2 words. So I'm thinking that I can do this to the text. Let us, but that makes it a 3-verse. Our Creator. Well, I would use this, I guess, as the 4th. And then, like I said, don't need this one. I was having trouble with that one anyway, but it does seem to want to be like this with a period. Now, and then this be here and like this. And then our Creator, a day in your courtyard is better than 1,000 outside. I'd rather stand. Now, a priest who is on the outside, or who is able to go inside, has to stand outside unless he is inside atoning or making the, or servicing the atonement. Okay, the best word I could say. So the thing here is they stand outside the wall of the tent or the house, and they are. Where do they stand? I guess is or where it does say stand, but I'm thinking it's when you listen to what I got to say, it's there's going to be a few corrections here, and I'm going to do it truthfully, and I'm going to tell you why. When our Creator told them to go from this, follow me after they left the Sinai into the Promised Land, they were to camp around him by the birth order of the sons. Okay. And what is let me see, maybe I need to pull up a map here to really show you something that's because it's once you understand, it's kind of like, yeah, that's better than what other people are telling you. Okay, let me put this first here, then pull it up. He had them live or camp around his tent for meeting in the birth order, and 3 were to be on the south side. So you can look down here and see Judah, Simon, and Reuben are the first 3. They couldn't change this order, okay? This is the correct order of the births of the son. Then we have these 3, or could it be these 3? I have a hard time because I'm thinking Ephraim replaces Levi because Levites were to live among the people. So the thing here is over here as well, but you got 3 here, and then you would have 3 here, and I don't know why they put them here. I really don't. And then here, because the fact that East Manasseh was the first, was to replace Joseph, okay, his 2 sons. And, maybe I've got it wrong. But then again, the people that live there on the land, they couldn't distort this text, okay? But I don't know which side these 3 were on, were the east or west. But you notice here that this being Joseph would have been the last born. And if the order is from right to left or left to right, so you see that would be true, then this would be true for the north side. Okay. And the priest, where'd you go when you went to find out where your priests were at when you come down here to Jerusalem? The fact is, they would be sitting in that chair in the birth order of there. Now, because they're there all day, they would have had some type of shelter. They would have been sitting and standing all day long. It would have been very comfortable for them. Okay. So I'm thinking that I would rather sit, not stand would be the right word here. Okay, and you now understand why the word sit is now here. By the, not at, but by, because you can't be by the threshold. Oops, yeah, I'm replacing the word at. I would rather sit by the fence or the wall. What should I say? I'm going to say, because it's in Jerusalem, they probably made that a wall. Yes, it's got to be the wall. And this would be his wall for your house, because he's talking to our Creator. So this has to be your house, not the house, your house. And That is correcting that word there. Your house. Now, see, you have to have a little knowledge to figure out how that one needed to be changed. I'd rather sit by. Now, this and this, because I'm not seeing how this is just made up here. I can see this. He wouldn't live by the homes of the wicked when he's talking about our Creator's house. Okay, so here I need to say what's here, and then this wouldn't be here. It's not better than now because I need to hook these two verses together here. So, or I would rather be, or I would rather sit. Yeah, I guess that's the correct words. So there is how that group's going to go and get rid of those words. Because I can see I could add those, but to make the 4-verse grouping, I can't leave those sitting out there alone. Plain and simple, I can't do that. So, of my Creator than live by the homes of the wicked. Well, I'm just going to get rid of all this then. That just is not truthful. A priest is to live in the city Shiloh. Shiloh was the city that people write and say the tent for meeting was in Shiloh. So the thing here is that's wrong. The city was Shiloh, and the tent would have been about a half-mile away. And why I say half-mile away? They're burning meat, so it's going to be stinky, really stinky. They're going to be cutting up the offerings or the sacrifice, and then they're supposed to throw all this out far away from the tent for meeting, okay? And that's our Creator was giving them that instruction. So it's going to be quite stinky. So it has to be at least a half-mile away. But Shiloh would have also been where they slept at night with their wives and children. But the thing here is that would also mean that they have inns and places for people to come and stay because they're coming from all over. They would probably have a market there. So Shiloh is not going to be something that's really small. It's going to be, you know, uh, but it's going to be a priest controlled city, okay? A Levite controlled city. So, which would also make it, is it one of the refuge cities as well, if you know about the refuge cities. Now, otherwise, I'd have to put fence, but since I'm using house, it has to be a wall. Maybe I said that. For YV, our Creator is a sun. We have a sun god in the text. They wrote it, I didn't. So there you go. YV is a sun god. I'm just going to get rid of this whole verse. YV gives us our glory. This would be the priest's glory as being priest. So that's how I'm seeing the word glory right now. Gives us our glory, comma. And good things? I don't think that's the right way. What do you mean by good things? Or at least no good things? What is this? I'm having a hard time with good things, let alone no good things. So because the word thing is can't be the right word here. So if I tried to change it, gives us our glory. If I get rid of this verse, okay, because it's just too hard. It's just too hard to correct. I'd be making up my verse. Okay, so what can I work with? YV gives us our glory. To those who walk obediently. I'm gonna put the word obedient. Maybe it's righteously. Righteous means you have to be obedient before you can become righteous, though. So let's see, 11. Well, shield good things uprightly. Yeah, see intact. This is not perfect as 5, but this is without defect. This is the wrong word. They just put the wrong word in here. If I put the word obedient, I still have to put obediently, who are righteously, who walk righteously, who walk obediently. I'm going to put obediently. And I'm pretty sure I got an I missing here. Okay, it didn't come up. But since it is within the shadow, okay, there it is. Oh, the other way around. It's within the shadow of what the word would try to mean. So even though I think they're using it as a secular word, I'm just saying that I replaced it. And then that would have to be the period, because this I don't need. Because these two seem to be blessed out together. YV gives us our glory, who walk obediently, who walk with obedience to him, who walks. And I bet your walks is probably going to be live. So let's take a look at the word walk. Yeah. Who disappears, departed. Walk, yeah, that would be okay. But I see live and living down here only once. Who go obediently, go righteous. No, that's not right. Follow is used quite a few times. And I'm just looking for the biggest number real quick, and then I look for that. Then I look at that word, and I'm not seeing anything that's who walk. Yeah. Okay. So if I use the word walk, I have to have an S on it. Who walks, meaning when you're who live who live obediently. I'm going to put in live. That's the better word than walk, plain and simple. But I can see the corruption in the text, but gives us our glory, who walks, who lives obediently. I'm going to have to add the word to him at the end. It's just not reading really good without it. Who lives obediently to him. And I would have to add the word for YV blesses. So if I just take this word so I can get it in here, and I can do this with it. For YV blesses, and then this would have to be here so I don't throw it out. Blesses man, trusting him. Don't need the word in now. I can put trusting. Get rid of the S. Trusting him. Okay, I think that's pretty good. Now let me clean it up. And let me go down here for a second. I got 9 already, so I don't need that. I just need this group right here. So get this to be the first writer's formats revealed to you the first time in a lot of years. Now see, the coloring got taken out that time. Like I said, sometimes that macro works, sometimes it don't. I gotta make this a 4 verse. So I would say that's the 4 verse. And to get everything past that line, I hate that. I got my pages set for 20 inches, and I can't believe how many times, right when I'm editing the text like this, it's just bad. It's just there. And now what I need is that 6 point, and I can start putting a smaller, because I don't know right now if it needs 2. I used 2 to divide it. I used 1 like, see, like this. So I do this. Okay. My heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve them at your altars. And serve them for you. And serve at your altars. And I guess I don't need the word them. My heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve at your altar. YV is our creator and blesses his people who celebrate by your house, forever praising you. I think that you is better here. YV is our creator, and here's our prayer, our creator of Israel we look to as our shield. Now, this you can almost read taste, that's out of order. But how can I move this text around? Our creator, a day in your courtyard, a day in your courtyard, or I'd rather. Our creator, a day in your courtyard, I'd rather sit by the wall for your house. Hmm. Now, would it go after this? Could I move this verse? It has like meaning to make a larger paragraph. I go here. My heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve them at your altar. Or does it go here? It almost reads. It almost wants to start off now as like my words to our creator, a day in your court. My words to our creator. My words to our creator, a day in your courtyard. Um, I know the words that I threw out. This. Okay, let me go back up here. Where were the words that I said that I would probably thrown out? Where are they? I thought I would be using these, but it's not there. Okay, here's where this right here is better than 1,000 years outside. Now, if I add this back in, a day in your courtyards. I am for our creator, and a day in the courtyards. I am for. I am for our creator. And a day in his courtyards. And a day in his courtyard. I'm trying to figure out which key to hit. Okay. For I am for our creator, and a day in his courtyard, is better than 1,000 outside. But I'd rather sit by the wall for his house. And now this has to be his. By his house. And these words that I didn't think I'd gonna use, I got to use them. I can't believe that. But that's what it's telling me. But I would rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of the wicked. Yeah, I guess that's the way he wrote it then. I'm just I just didn't think he would send them. And it would be our wicked. Because he's living, Levites are supposed to live among the tribes. So okay, so how do I? Maybe I gotta pull it all and redo this whole thing together. I guess that's the only way I can do it. I don't want to be hunting and pecking for this stuff. So I do that. That's how that macro's supposed to work. Trying to see how many different ways I can divide this up into 4. And it's not working in my head very well. Guess I got to read it, and when I'm read it, maybe it'll just come to me here. My heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, Wivey, and serve them at your altar. Serve you and serve at. I guess that's going to be done like that, and serve at your altar. Wivey is our creator and blesses his people who celebrate by our house, forever praising. This would have to be him. The people have to be by his house here. And I guess I better show the edit that I've done here. Okay. Now how? That doesn't sound right. or read taste. I like the word read tasting because when you read these, they read very smoothly and together and really, really beautifully written. Well, where's yeah, that's what I'm looking for right there. Yeah, I think that's why I did have it cut before up here. Yeah. All right. Now, how come these aren't connecting smoothly? My heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve at your altar. YV is our creator. Let's see, that's just not. Is this verse here? Go down here. But I would rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of the wicked. For my heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve at your altar. You know what I'm reading here? When it's even yearns, it sounds like it's a retired priest. Okay, a retired high priest. that's who I'm thinking edited the text here. Who wrote this text? I'd rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of the homes of our wicked, because there he's out with the Levites now. He's a Levite among the people, a retired priest. And then I'd have to add for my heart here. It has to be for my heart longs and even yearns to be in your courtyard, YV, and serve at your altar. These are the first words I can say are coming from a retired priest. And there was a law for the priests, and that was that at 50 years old, you were supposed to be done serving in his courtyard. So, but this text here, no, which one did I move? I moved my heart longs. So I'm going to move this. Move down. Let me go. Let me just put it in blue. Blue seems to be a good color. Now I can make this all 8-point now. And then just copy that. Put it here. And say moved down here. Now do I have it lined up? No, one more. Like that. Okay, but that means that these two for I am for our creator, and I was I was. I was with our Creator. That even sounds more like what a priest would say. I was with our Creator, and a day in his courtyard is better than 1,000 outside, and I would rather sit. This has to be out, and I would rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of our wicked. Now that needs to be gone. My heart longs. Yeah, that's why, because these two, okay. So now I've got those two hooking together as the beginning. And then this here is with him. This is talking about with. So this is correct. Those two groups go together. This one I want next. My heart longs, and even years, to be in your courtyard. Be Now there's stuff missing here, and I'm pretty sure I'm with this here because I know it's celebrating. Hey Zaddy, okay, how you doing there? What I'm trying to do is find a hidden formats that are in the Bible. They're easy to see once you see them, but they're kind of easy to find. This here is what I'm doing. Well, I don't know about that. I guess. Let's see here. Do that. And then I could see this text going where? Now these are pieces. This here I can't use, so this is going to be removed. That's removed now. These are grouped together really well. But these two, they don't even go together. I don't think so. I don't think. That's funny. Better go get another ID. Now, here, these two. Let's see here. How do I do this? Here in Malachi 2:11 says Judah the nation married the daughter of a foreign god, and then they praised her and all that. Now these are real atheists. they're the ones meditating to have sex with the so-called female goddess. And what's funny about those that do that, um, let's see, where is that picture? Once a year, a male's maleness does this to his body. This is in the corner of the Vatican walls. Okay, and this was them in 2002 celebrating the Super Bowl halftime. There's the female goddess, and everybody dancing around singing to her. And the funny thing is that they were, the song that's sung here was One People in Two Worlds, or no, One World and Two People. Go look it up. That's what happens. But this is what happens to a male's maleness once you have sex with a female goddess. Now that's the sign of the beast, okay? You learned something today. So, they sit and meditate to do that. So what I'm going to do here, though, this here needs, I just have to say these are pieces. Yeah, these are two pieces. Can't do anything but say that there's a piece. And I guess I'm going to make it yellow. I'm going to make it a 6 point. And that's a piece. Oops. And then this here is a piece. But this is this text right here. And this is written as words from a retired priest. Now that's cool to understand that those words, who had them wrote. So words from a retired priest can only say these words right here. So let me take all this now and bring it down. Oh, I forgot about this one here. Now I'll do this text here go up. Can you imagine that? Like this here. Now that moved up could be here. Gives us our glory, who lives obediently to him. For why we bless this man, trusting him. For I was with our Creator. Yeah, I think I'm going to move that to here. Because I'm thinking that can connect, and then this and this. So where are these words here? And I'm going to highlight that a certain color here. We do that so it steps out. And then take this, copy that. This would be 8 point. Moved up here. Move up. Okay, now I still have pieces though. Still have these two pieces. But now that it has a better beginning, our Creator blesses His people who celebrate by His house, forever praising Him. And our Creator hears our prayers, for our Creator of Israel we look to as our shield. Then, hold on, maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe I get rid of that, and that is the way this is supposed to be written. And then I just need the word them, then here. If I take this and put then, is it then though? Wyvie is our Creator and blesses His people who celebrate by His house, forever praising Him. Wyvie, our Creator, hears our prayers. Our Creator of Israel we look to as our shield. Then Wyvie gives us that hooks together. Those two hook together. These could, and then let me see here. Let me just take this and see if they took it from down here. Whoops, let me stick it here. I'm sure to be by a courtyard and serve at his altar. Nope, it doesn't go there. Okay. It's not a very good beginning to the text. Let me put it that way. I've seen better text as a beginning, but for right now, I think that's going to be a keeper. And I can go like this, and I'll clean it up. And make a space here. Wyvie is our Creator and blesses His people who celebrate by His house, forever praising Him. Our Creator hears our prayers, and our Creator of Israel and our Creator. Wyvie, our Creator, hears our prayer. He is the Creator of Israel. He is the Creator of Israel. That gets rid of that. Is the Creator of Israel. So let me put that up here. And that way I can get rid of it here and now read it and see how this. Wyvie is our Creator and hears our prayers. He is the Creator of Israel. Yeah, I need to add the word and a couple times here. Where do I have the word and? Well, I'll just grab this word. And put it and. Let me go back up here. Where's 8? It ended here. I need it added here. Move that. Copy. Okay. YV is our creator and blesses his people who celebrate by his house, forever praising him. YV is YV our creator. And he hears. And he hears. I need the word he. And he hears our prayers. He is the creator of Israel, and we look to him as our shield. Still needing editing here. As our shield. Then YV gives us our glory, who lives obediently to him. For YV's blessing, man trusts. For YV blesses, man trusting him. Should I change the word man to our people? Oh, I think so. I think this has to be our people. This has to be our people. Our people trusting him. I was with our creator, and a day in his courtyard is better than 1,000 outside. I think I'm going to keep the word outside, so I'll just make that black now. And I would rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of our wicked. For my heart longs and even yearns to be in the courtyard. No, so I'm going to put the word for. Well, it's actually to be in the courtyard for YV and serve at has to be his altar. They're all his. Oops, his. Okay, now this needs major cleanup. So let me take this word here and do this one first. Oh no, I can just do this again instead of going back and forth. YV is our creator and blesses his people who celebrate by his house, forever blessing him. YV our creator and YV is our creator. SB is. Okay, YV is our creator. YV is our creator and he hears our prayers. He is the creator of Israel and we look to him as our shield. Then YV gives us our glory, who lives obediently to him. For YV blesses our people trusting him. I was with our Creator, and a day in his courtyard is better than 1,000 outside, and I would rather sit by the wall for his house than live by the homes of our wicked. For my heart longs and even yearns to be in the courtyard for YV and serve at his altar. Okay, now these are retired from a retired priest, and I would say because it's going to start corruption, this would be, I would have to put time is questionable when this would be wrote. Now, what do I mean by written at what time here? Timeline. Let's take a look at the timeline. Okay, now the house was made with Solomon, so these years. But here's when the king and the priest were all bad, so, and I would say the text isn't from here down. I would say it's from here to here. Because then it's the wicked are coming in here. More than up here. So I would say that this text by this king has to be through here, or this priest is somewhere in this area. I'm going to use Jotam. Because I know our Creator was still appearing to them as a light in his tent for meeting with him above the mercy seat. But I can save that. I want to bring this up so I can copy this text and do this. If I go over here and touch that, I believe I can hit that key and also get another copy just in case. But how beautiful is that text? Double space grouping shows this group is tied to this group. For paragraph, larger paragraph, 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 larger paragraph. So now I'm going to start another one. So I'm going to have to blow it up here. And because I divide these up into videos later, that only took me 2 hours to do. So what I'm going to do is just remain silent for a little bit so I get that gap. Okay, and this will be Psalm 85, and I'm going to do what I say that I've got over my head here, and that is to find the shortest verse, put them in a paragraph, and then edit the correct words into the text. So with that, I will go to here and then begin. What you see here is parentheses around text. This text does not belong. If you've been here, you know that you can't sing these. And when I show you the hidden format, you will say that, yes, these were added as well. Not with the correctness to show you the true truth. So, Wivey, you did show favor to, your land. No, we know that's wrong. We got to talk about people. And you did restore the captives, not from Jacob, that's for sure. But and this might not have happened, because what we see in the text sometimes, when it says did restore the captives, all this text has to reflect those wordings in there, or you did send them as captives, and then the text will read like that they're all corrupt, and that's why he sent them away. For you did forgive the iniquity of your people. Now that's the problem. It has to be their sins. And he didn't cover up their sins, and this guy stuck his name all over like peeing on a tree. You did cover all their sin. So I don't know how he's got to forgive sins. He did not cover them, or he does not remember. If hidden from him it's for us to understand the word that sin is forgotten, and you still are allowed to remain in the nation of Israel. I'm going to say nation, that's including both kingdoms. So you did withdraw all your fury. You did not turn away. You did turn away from your burning anger. See, now it's like restore us, Creator of our salvation, and cause your indignation. Now, here it's he did turn away, and then all of a sudden it's back. So this is, will you be angry with us forever? Will you prolong your anger to all generations? Will you not yourself revive us again? See, now here, revive us again. Yet the text up here, you did restore. So there's a lot of going back and forth of being stupid here, in the words themselves. Show us it's not love kindness. At best, it's his kindness. Show us your kindness, Wivey, and grant us your salvation. The word salvation is being used wrong here. Okay. I will hear what Wivey will say, for he will speak peace to his people, to his godly ones, but let them not turn back to folly. Surely his salvation is near to those who fear him. The glory may live in our land. Get rid of that. Truth. Have met together. Isn't that funny? Righteous and peace have kissed each other. Well, that's just stupidity. Truth springs from the earth, and righteousness looks down from heaven. That's not honoring our Creator at all. Indeed, Yahweh will give us what is good, and our land will yield its produce. Righteousness will go before him, and he will make his footsteps into a way. I don't know if I'm going to even. There's nothing in here, okay? This, they have to return on their own. They have to repent, and it has to be them that want to honor and respect their Creator. Is godly ones, demeaning the title God, so you need this to be righteous ones. His righteous ones would be Jesus's righteous ones. Then it would be he will speak peace to his people, and that would be Jesus. I will hear what God will say. Our prophets speak through to the people, and they're supposed to follow along, so I will hear what YB will say, and that's, you have to be directly in Jerusalem to be able to write that and say that word, because a lot of times the prophets were sent to his house or to the priests or to the king that would be in Jerusalem. So that's a possible, but you did show it, maybe. I don't need the word did. You showed, maybe you showed us. If I put the word us here, then I can break it to do that. Showed us. I'd have to use the word for over here. For. No, it has to be you. Before you favored us in our land. You know, I'm getting a bad feeling I'm doing all this editing and I'm going to throw it all out. For you favored us. In our land. That's the promised land to them, so it's got to be a capital L. Get rid of that. Now those two are hooking together. Now this, captives from. Now what this means to me, the word Jacob is definitely wrong, but this would mean the tribe or the kingdom of Israel is in captivity, to let them return. So this would be, and since they're gone into captivity, I need to designate that so you know the difference between the man, the whole nation is coming out of Egypt, and then when they get stupid and bad, they get, oh, this has got to be all. It's got to be all. Okay. So that's how we know that they're bad Israelis, but it's the kingdom of Israel. And I'm going to say that it has to go with some other text. You will restore, like I said, because this is part of his prophecies and they knew it. So this is part of his prophecy. So I got to have it. Whoops. Part of his prophecy. So you will restore our captives from Israel. And I'm thinking this could be split because the word will has to be such an important part of this verse here. So you will restore our captives. Yeah, it's going to be ES here. Our captives from Israel. By forgiving this has to be part of his promise because it can't do that did part. That you might be by you will restore our captives Israel by forgiving his people. Oops, again, I don't need that. By forgiving his people, you forgot, you will forget. Oops, forget. Well, it's still a promise from our Creator. Let me check the word cover to see if I got the word correct or forgot there. Verse 2 in 85. So if I go here, let's bring this up. Cover. Yeah, I'm using it as concealed, but not, well, I'm thinking, and I just don't like the word cover. It's not a real good way to say it. By forgiving his people, he will forget their sins. It has to be more than one. And these two go together, so we bring them down. Yeah, okay, I got them as a group. This has nothing to do with it. This would have to go before this text. I think I could get rid of this. Ivy, show us where you favored us in our land. And will you restore? They're wondering about this. So if there's a timeline here for this text, this is like, I said it was for Israel gone, the nation Israel. Mm. I'm starting to get lazy. Need this back here for me. A bit farther back. Almost like, will you restore our captives from Israel? I'm going to move that will here and place it here. Because you showed favor to us in our land, and then will you restore our captives from Israel by forgiving his people? You will forget their sin. Okay, I'm going to connect those two verses together like that for a 4 verse. Now, because these are almost 90% 3 verse or 4 verse. So that's kind of what has happened. Now I've got to get to here. And turn away. Yes, get rid of these two. Get this. These two forget themselves. And turn away from your burning anger at them. Sounds really good there. So let me just take this down here and come on. Let me see what's going on now. I want to grab it all the way up to here. Come down here. And show you how nice this text looks. Wivey, show us. Wivey, show them. Them in their land. And will you restore our captives? Yeah, this has to be their land. Like I said, they were, oops. So it's not right. This has to be them. Why do you show us? Show us your favor. Why do you show us your favor? To them in their land. Got the word will wrong here. Why do you show us your favor? To them land. Show us your favor to them and their land. And restore our captives. This to me now wants to go like this. Restore our captives, comma, from Assyria, to Israel. Because that's where their captives at. But then I don't need these words. Why we show us your favor to them in their land, and restore our captives from Assyria to Israel. Oops, I got this all screwed up down. And restore our. And this would have to be their captives too, so this here has to be changed. By forgiving his people, you will forget their sins and turn away from your burning anger against them. Now that was good cleanup because I didn't need to do anything to it there. So, okay. But this all needs to be added to my text way up there, but I'll save that for the second editing. So I stopped here and I need to continue here. Now this, when it says towards us, this means like at Babylon's time that they're ready to be taken away, and the prophets are now out there warning that Babylon's coming from them. So who would be asking for words like this? who would say this. Maybe this is words from a king, maybe a prophet, maybe. Let's see. How do I? Because that's Israel above. Word made does not exist in their language pretty much. Not when they know our Creator can make it happen. So it's not maybe. They aren't asking for maybe will you. Because if they know about Jesus, then salvation comes through Jesus, their Savior. So this is here. And then this and this connect together. I will hear what YV will say, or he will speak. If I make these would be Jesus's, and they would be his righteous ones. Because we are servants to Jesus, so we have to his righteous ones. Let our salvation be near. To live in our land. This will do the promised land, so that gets that. This has to be Jesus here. He will speak. And it's not peace to his people. And see how those words go with these words. So now I've got a real good comma here. I can say that comma belongs there. And this is Jesus' people. Now this has to go someplace else. So let's see what's down here. These will be not into a way, well, into a way for us. Or for them. Talking about the returning people. For them. Talking about the future. Go before. It's kind of like those are confusing because its righteousness will go before him. If it's Jesus's righteousness, I have to put him at the front, or his at the front of this. So if I put this down here and say his righteousness will be before us. His righteousness will be, and this is coming from our Creator, so I have to have that. His righteousness will be, that's coming from our Creator. That's coming from our before us. Before them again, excuse me. They're waiting for him all the time, okay? So that's what they were told to do. And well, I've got another couple verses stuck together here. Well, we know that this is not needed. This is not needed. Give him maybe we'll give him what is good. Maybe we will give him, I want to say his blessing and will, or Ivy will give him. Let me show you something here. What I'm thinking in my head. Isaiah wrote this in chapter 11:2 about Jesus receiving these 7 spirits, and the spirit of wisdom, spirit of understanding, spirit of counsel, spirit of strength, spirit of knowledge, spirit of fear, of Ivy. And this here spirit comes only in at baptism. But these spirits are what I'm looking for. But these are the 2 strongest. Well, these are fear of our Creator is the strongest. Then it's knowledge. So this is not true. This is, what am I finding over here and there in verse? Maybe what is good. I was just hoping for that. 2 of the same like words. Okay. Now I can use 2 words like what I was thinking. And I would say that because they were looking for a king, kind of as what is described here. I'm going to use wisdom and I'm going to see if I can use the word knowledge. Knowledge and knowledge of him will give him knowledge. This is coming from our Creator. Knowledge of him and and okay, Wivey will give him knowledge of him and I'm going to use the word wisdom. This is coming from Arthur. Wisdom. Wivey will give him knowledge of him and wisdom. His righteousness, yes, that'll tie together. Okay. Whoops. That line in the break. Wait a second. How come? Like that. And then this would be a 4-verse like that. So, okay. Oh, this is a lot of digging, but it's worth it. I'm finding the formats. That's for sure. So, restore us, our Creator, for our salvation. Because Jesus has to come before they have for salvation. So, and this would be, like I said before, salvation is tied to the promise to David through his son's seed shall come a king who will have a king in heaven. And that verse and those words alone tell you why people will enter into heaven. So, other than that, you don't have any other verses to say anything about why you go to heaven. But you can definitely use other words from his everlasting promises to get you there, but that's the main one, how you talk about your salvation. But if that is for Israel, or if that is for all of Israel, and this being used as the whole nation, that's different than that. That would just get a capital letter I here to mean that way for the whole nation, but bad. Otherwise, they'd be all capital letters. Is the way I've got them designated, so when the reader reads them, they know what they're reading. But if he's down here, why are these words up here? He will speak to his people, to his righteous ones. Oops, I need to say I added that. To his righteous ones. Then his salvation, then our salvation is near to those who fear him, that the glory live in our land. Oh boy. Our Creator for our salvation. Bingo. Get rid of that. Stop, not cause, but stop. Stop your. Let's see if I can use a better word than that. Where is that? And form. Oh, right here. I'm going to use it as anger, plain and simple. They could have. They used it a couple times. They didn't want to use it here, so it's anger. And then this will be his anger. And this will be a period here. Yeah, it takes a while, but I want to let you go see I want you to hear my thought process as well as I'm going over the text. So you can say, okay, well, he did put the right words in there. He did explain it. And I can see if I put the word stop here, then I don't need the word cease here. Your anger towards us and your anger towards us, stop. Stop your anger. Our Creator for our salvation, stop your anger. Or will you be angry with us forever? Oh, our Creator for our salvation, stop your anger. I need the words towards us up here to make this right. And then this goes down. Okay. Our Creator for our salvation, stop. Stop your anger towards us. Okay. Or will your anger let us be forever? I'm going to put the word so here. I'm seeing that this verse I would be able to use in a couple of these groupings, but I got to use the word his here, his people. Oh, that damn self-correcting shit. Tell you, they don't let you do what you want to do. You gotta fight with this program all the time. Don't they know I'm revealing Hebrew, proper Hebrew from 2,500 years ago? I mean, it's just ridiculous that you can't stop it from defaulting. So his people can rejoice. Can rejoice not in you. But there's that one. Stop your anger towards us. I think if I just put the word and here, and not revive, but restore us. And this would be an act by our Creator. Restore us again. That's a strange way to say it, but those will hook now. Those two will hook, and then I don't need any of this. Then I can go up here, that, and like that, and say there's 4 verse. Wow. Okay, now if those two are hooking together, this one and this one, show us your love kindness and grant us your salvation. Let him speak to his people, to his righteous ones. This don't need any text from there, but I need this. Show us your love kindness and grant us your salvation. Restore us first, then, that's what I'm missing, them. Then show, I guess it's going to be a capital S because he's open. Then show us your kindness. And I'm not going to use that word. How come I had it in green? Oh, it was, yeah, okay. I remember it had the word, your kindness. Well, let me just put it back in. This, and I'm pretty sure I don't remember, but it's out. Show us your kindness. Then show us your kindness and grant us your salvation. And let him speak to his people. Let him speak to his people, to his righteous ones. Okay, that cleans that up. and then I don't need any of that. Now let's see. I think we got a piece of something here. I don't think this is I know this is not a full story. Oh, I already cleaned that up. So let me do this anyway and do what I have up to 2. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of this one here. I thought I did a good cleanup, but I can see that I got a better cleanup here. So, or I've got better editing than a cleanup. Oops. Okay. This is going to take me a little bit to go through here. Oh, I forgot to move about those footsteps. Okay. So this is only second cleanup anyway, so Wyvie, show us. Yeah, this is wrong. I had it. I should know. Your favor. Not your favor, your promise. Show us your promise to us in our land. Yes, this is but favor to promise, that might be a little bit too far away from the word favor. No, because it says promise. So I think that's within the shadow of the word. So Wyvie, show us your promise to us in our land. And will you restore us? Now I'm going to move the word will back over. So doesn't need to be here. Show us your promise to us in our land. I'm going to say by here, and I'm going to use this as this, and then all this is out now by returning us, not restore, but return. Now, who is us would be, well, this is a promise. We know that our many prophets told that, especially Isaiah and then through Daniel. But this seems to be by returning us from Judah, Judah. This would be the, oops, this would be the bad kingdom. So how do I do that? I have to make that all small caps, bold. Then I'm adding this word, and I'm completely adding this word. Us from Judah and our captives from Israel. That way, these two verses really tie together as saying everyone come back, and now we know when the text was wrote. By forgiving his people, you will forget their sins and turn away from your burning anger at them. This would not be the word our, it would be please, Creator. That's the way I would be pleading the case if I was a prophet at that time. Then I would say, please, Creator, for our salvation. Please, Creator, for our salvation, stop your anger towards us and restore us again. Restore here would mean as a people unto our Creator. So I guess I have to use the word restore. So his people can rejoice. This would be 2 paragraph. Another paragraph. That's explaining the returning and why to be returned. Okay. Now, how do these two get tied together? These two here, and then it would have to be like this if they work. Please, Creator, for our salvation, stop your anger towards us and restore us again so his people can rejoice. Then show us your kindness. Yeah, then show us your kindness and grant us your salvation. And let him speak to his people, to his righteous ones. Okay, I was looking if I needed to change those 2 words, but then it would be a space. For you will give. So I gotta get some words here to put the word for here. Free. Why we will give him knowledge of him and wisdom. Give him knowledge. Why we will give him knowledge. Yeah, I'm just going to use knowledge and wisdom. For why we will give him knowledge and wisdom. I'm going to have to use the word for here. I run through about 6 common words here to read that. Then this is, but, so, then, yet. But I've got here, for his righteousness will be for them. And his righteousness will be for him. Well, this will be coming from Jesus, so it's got to be a capital T. To make their footsteps, to make their footsteps his way. It's a poor way of saying some of this stuff. Make their way into his way. Okay, time to look at verse 13 here. Footsteps. It's not the same word as the way at the end. So make their time to make their footsteps used 3 times. Steps 3 times. Still doesn't matter. I still need, when you look at this, make their footsteps into their way for them. I guess the way I have it written, but make their footsteps his way. I think if I do that, I don't need these here. Right? I mean, that's, for why he will give him knowledge and wisdom, for his righteousness will be before them, to make their footsteps his way. Yes, he is supposed to show them how to be most obedient to our Creator. Now, let me get this text. And I think that's a cleanup. Now, we know this is now written after they've gone into that captives are off the land, and that's only one prophet that is left on the land, and that is Jeremiah. So these words most likely were written by Jeremiah. So were there scribes left? It really doesn't. The only ones that I can remember in the text that were left there were the poor, those that had hidden themselves, the weak, the elderly, but anybody that they had an able body, they took them away into captivity. That's this here being said. You're returning us from Babylon. I got it wrong. Oops. Let me see. Will this work? Nope. Get rid of that. From and then this. It's like that. So let me take that word and go up here because that's too important to miss when I go through and start editing here. Because what I'm going to do is make a short version as well. Don't need to edit there. Okay. Why show us your promise to us in our land by returning us from Babylon and our captives from Assyria. And our captives from, I would, because and our captives from Israel, because it's been like 120 years before Babylon come down. So they were, I'm going to put Assyria here. Got to. I just got to. I got to be truthful. Syria. And I got to say that I'm adding that. So I got to go up here and stick it here. No, it didn't do that right. I recopied, oops. I recopied that word, so paste that here. And paste it there. Okay. Why show us your promise to us in our land by returning us to Babylon and our captives from Assyria. By forgiving his people, you will not forget their sins and turn away from your burning anger at us. This has to be at us. Please, Creator, for our salvation, stop your anger towards us and restore us again so his people can rejoice. Then show us your kindness and grant, I'm going to do that with an S. Grant us your salvation and let him speak to his people, to his righteous ones. For why he will give, for it has to be you, for you will give him, for you to give him. You're talking to Wivey. You, your. Yeah, it has to be you. For you will give him. Ta-da! For you will give him knowledge and wisdom, for his righteousness will be before them to make their footsteps his way. Now that it could have come from those that are in Babylon. How do I write in Babylon? How would I write that? Because David is given the vision of the 70 weeks before Jerusalem is completely rebuilt. So, in his 40 years, I think is the time for them to be in Babylon before they're back. So, when is he given this vision? These would be some as words to our Creator. I don't. Okay, I'm not thinking this is in Babylon anymore. In Isaiah, Isaiah's the one that has the knowledge of his terrible death, and Isaiah comes before uh, Jeremiah, and then the end. But there's also Micah that could be at the same time as Isaiah. So best I can put is words from Jeremiah. That is the best I can do, is to say exactly who said these. And I guess I need them a little bit like that, so I can take a screenshot myself and be done with that. So that's Jeremiah's words. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little bit of a break here. So I need that over me. And I'm just going to shut the mic off. That's what I'm going to do. Time for another one. The All right, this will be Psalm 86, and I'm going to do what I've got right above my head, and that is to find the shortest verse, put them in paragraphs, and then edit the words together. So that's the name of the game, to find the hidden format by the first writer who wrote these. Now, the words, when they're in a parenthesis like this in your Bible, those are added text they found in manuscripts. I don't know when they put it in the text, but it has to be after the 1611 Bible. And then what you see here in a fuchsia word, that is a word that they added in the text at that time. When there was the word Lord in all capital letters, I changed it to his name, and you've seen on the intro why I do that. And then when it's Elohim in the Hebrew side, when they use the word God, I changed the title to Creator. So let me see here. I'm just going to start finding the shortest verses I can. Incline your ear. This has to be like this. And then YV answer me. For I am afflicted and needy. Preserve my soul, for I am a godly man. That's not being used correctly. That's a secular use of the word man. Man means male and female in the Hebrew text. Why? Okay, I guess Creator, save your servant. Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of the word you and and get rid of the word "are" and say, "My Creator, save your servant who trusts you, not in you, but who trusts you. Be gracious to me, my Lord, for to you I cry." And that would be cry out. I cry out to you daily. Cry out to you. I have to separate that to do this all day long. And then I can, these aren't connected here. Make glad the soul, make glad the soul of your servant. For you, Lord, lift up my soul. For you, Lord, are my good and ready to forgive and abundant love kindness to all who call upon you. Give ear, to my prayer, and give heed to the voice of my supplication is a petition. I've changed it to petition. A petition. I don't think that's how okay, it is spelled that way. Petition. And this is to ask something from our Creator. Okay. But I'm going to show you that word in the concordance because I know sometimes whenever that word pops up, they do use it as petition. But in the day of my trouble, okay, heed my voice. Give heed to my voice of my petition in the day of my trouble. In the day of my trouble, I will call upon you for you to answer me. And then that becomes like a 3 verse real quick there. There is no one like you among the gods, Lord, nor are there any works like yours. Still have to have an S. All nations whom you have made. This, not all nations, all races. And not all, but every. And then I don't need an S on the end of that word. Every race whom you made will come and worship. You're my Lord, and they will glorify your name. Oops, that seems to be there. For you are great and do wondrous deeds. You alone are our Creator. Teach me your way, I will walk in your truth. Untie my heart to fear your name. And And then he'll give thanks to him. Okay. This has to be separated from here. Untie my heart to fear your name. Then I'll give thanks to you, Lord, my Creator, with all my heart. You can't glorify his name, so you can only praise his name. So praise has to be here, to be truthful. You can't glorify it. I know I can't. So why do the editors think that word should be there? And we'll praise your name and praise your name forever. And this word here is always just one word, not two words. Your kindness towards me is great, and you have delivered my soul from the depths of the abyss. I always change the word soul to abyss because in my video that I have labeled self-proof of afterlife, you can visit the abyss, males count. So those of you who are atheists, there's your chance to have a repeatable practice that every one of you can go into the abyss and talk to the dead and have proof of self-afterlife. Arrogant men have risen against me, and a band of violent men seek my life. They do not set me before them. But you, Lord, my God, merciful and gracious, slow to anger, and abundant in kindness. I'm going to put the word down here because otherwise I'd just be getting rid of it. So I'm going to try to tie it into here. Let your truth turn to me and be gracious to me. And don't need this word. Grant your strength. Well, it's not our Creator's strength, obviously, to your servant, and save a son. Okay. Show me a sign for good, that those who hate me see it and be ashamed, because you, YV, have helped me and comforted me. Okay, that's why I was there last time, because it was like this. Anyways, talking to myself about the last notes, yeah, up here, but it was a question last time, why was it in the, to myself, why was it there? Boy, I didn't think this one was that long. Okay. So I can get rid of this because I know that's not ever going to be there. That's just not truthful. Incline your ear. Incline your ear. I can't help but having to put this up here. And I got to put the word listen to me, as this is needed. And you would never start off by saying, "Hey, you, listen to me." You would say, "Please." And I'm adding this word, "Please listen to me, Wivey." And I don't need these words, for I am in trouble and need. And needy? I don't think so. I think I need you. That's why he's calling. Please listen to me, Wivey, for I am afflicted and need you. So let me see. How did afflicted here? Afflict, is there a better word? Can't use needy. They use the word needy 3 times for this word and then used needy for this word. Yep, well, that means poor man. So that's not what it means in the text. For I am humble. I like that. I like that word. For I am humble. Mm. For I am humble and need you. And I am a righteous male. You're degrading the title of God when you say these. Mm. I'm a righteous male. Let's put the Hebrew word here instead of the secular dictionary word. This, to preserve your soul, no, that can't happen. Your soul never dies, according to our Creator. So you can't really preserve it. You would save my soul, or redeem my soul, because we're talking about Sheol, or the abyss. So it would be redeem my soul. And since this is an act from our Creator, redeem my soul, then I need the word for. I am a righteous male. Now I've got a period and a comma here. And I don't need these words here. And then these words probably hook together here. So you're seeing a 4-verse starting to appear. Okay. That helps me in this here. Searching for the next text. Save your servant. Now, if servant is him, then it's a prophet or a king. It wouldn't be save, it would be deliver. Well, I don't know. Here, I got something for you. Let me show you how beautiful the text actually reads when you find the hidden formats. Well, first of all, I guess I should show you this. Here's 12 commandments. 10, 1 through 17. Oh, I see. An atheist. Okay. So that was real quick. Got to it too quick there for me. So you're just a fake atheist, by the way. Here, this is, where is it? Where is it? Where is the text? Okay, here's a real atheist. They praise a female goddess. They sit and meditate, and once a year their dick retracts inside their body. See those ancient symbols? You're the fake atheist. These guys are the real ones. Your dick retract inside your body, then you don't know how to discuss the facts of all long time ago. You're not hung like a horse. Too long, you can't bump and grind, idiot. A woman doesn't have a soreness in the morning. That's funny. So you can't please a woman. But the only thing is it's retracting inside your body once a year. Happy Halloweeny time. That's what they've got going for you. So if it's too long, you can't. Well, you don't know. In fact, if you actually knew that porn is actually stupid, and if you knew that how to, I would say, keep your seed in your body from releasing, your heart-on will last longer. But you're just a fake atheist, and here's a real atheist. So, well, that's why you age. And that's why it's no good for people. If a woman stops releasing her seed, she doesn't have a monthly cycle. It's that simple. It's really kind of unique when you see or know the true truths about everybody. But now, when I deliver, oh, I've got to get rid of the E. Okay. Deliver your servant who trusts you. Okay, that would be a good comma and a period. So, who trusts you, be gracious to me, Lord. Gracious to me my Lord. This needs to be here. This would be actually here. Be gracious to me, Lord. For I cry. I would have to say, for I cry out daily to you. And then this be like this, and like this. Don't need this word here. Well, I don't know why. I'm not like you. Isn't that funny? So, anyways, like I said, you fake atheists don't know how to make your dick retract inside your body, because this guy here, they've been in my chat room. So if you stick around long enough, maybe another guy will show up, and I'll have to show him why these first writer's words have even deceived him. So let me show you how the atheists put a sun god into the text. How about that? Let me show you that. Let me show you how the sun god got there. Right there in Psalm 7 or 84. For Lord our God is a sun, the sun god Ra, right there. A pagan god is our sun, okay? So there, that's a true atheist, okay? Now he's in there writing the text, all right? So that guy is the real atheist. You guys just fake atheists. You don't know nothing. Here, Malachi 2:11. Judah the nation has married the daughter of a foreign god. That's how you marry her. The foreign god is Ra, the sun god. The moon goddess is the daughter. So here's ancient moon goddesses with the crescent moon. Okay, the sun god Ra with the moon. Okay, and you're going to tame your dick. Okay, you're going to control your dick from letting out your seed. That's the funny part. You guys aren't atheists. You're fake atheists, and that to me is funny. You don't know these guys are controlling you. They're the ones that convince you that there's no creator. I mean, I'm kicking them out of the text. Let's see here. Here's what it looks like when it gets done. I mean, even you don't even write this good. A sentence that has a period, then two hooked together to make a small paragraph, and then do it again to make them hook together to be a larger paragraph, and then repeat and repeat. Now that is some sophisticated writing, and I pulled it out of this crap. Okay? I didn't come up with it. It pulls up like this. So that is what I'm doing here. So you can go tell all your atheist buddies, come take a look, and I'll even tell you how to have sex with the so-called female guest. I'll teach you how to meditate. Just so you know that I even tell you what time your dick's going to retract inside your body. Okay, an hour before sunset. Happy Halloweeny time to you too. Okay, that's All Saints Day, by the way. So, okay. The solar system. Now this is making sense because he's already. Oh, that was the last one. So There isn't any words down here talking about being redeemed that I can see real quickly. So these words here, right here that I've highlighted, don't really fit correctly. Not make glad. You can't make glad your soul. So the soul of your servant. The soul of his servant. This would be Jesus' servant for the fact that he is going to be the Redeemer. And so it can't be your servant here. The soul of his servant. And that's even being said wrong. It would be for my king would be here. Oops. Yeah, it would be for my king. So this would have to be for my king. This would be Jesus. Will. And then this here is coming from our creator. In all italic, and this is a wrong word here. The soul of his servant. For my king will lift up my soul. I think I don't need the word lift up. I think it needs to be, say, save, to try to tie it to Savior. And this is done by Jesus, but our Creator's granting him that answer or ability. So, for our King, this is not mine anymore. This is our King. For our King will save my soul. And this doesn't make sense. For our Lord is good and ready to forgive, abundant love kindness to all who call upon him. If these are words for Jesus, I'm going to have to edit them like this. For our King is good to us. And ready to forgive. the abundant in love kindness to all who come upon him. Oh, well, let me clean this up just to say that there's a 4-verse format here that started, and this one's going to take me a couple hours to complete. So if I do this like this, this, and now you can see what I'm actually aiming for here. It would be, please listen to me, Yv, for I am humble and need you. Redeem my soul, for I am a righteous male. Deliver your servant who trusts you, and be gracious to me, my Lord, for I cry out daily to you. For I cry out daily. I think I can do this and get rid of these 2 words. I think that's what's going to happen. So, but that's the format that I'm looking for right now. So I got to continually looking for a 4-verse because that came out real good there. So I got to go way back up here and get rid of the 2 words that I added here. Now this, for our King will save my soul, for our King is good to us. Well, let me see, that would be a comma, that would be a period. For those 2 to hook together, he is ready. I don't think I need this. He is ready. Whoops. I want to put it in red. He is ready to forgive his. Though they were waiting for him. The prophets were telling them to keep waiting for him, so have to write it as they would write it. Forgive his. And this is coming from our Creator, but it's Jesus who's going to forgive. He is ready to forgive his. I don't need this. I will use the word everyone here instead of the word all. And why I'm saying everyone in the text, the earliest words I can find about Jesus comes to us from Abraham's time. And here is the text, but you have to use like 3 verses. And this is when our Creator named him from Abram to Abraham, and he's going to establish his promises, not covenant. Make nations from you, and kings shall come forth from you. Now, this could be talking about the kings and judges in the tribes of Israel, okay, in the promised land. But down here, it says all nations of the earth will be blessed. But this, nations, sometimes the words nations and sometimes the word peoples actually mean races. All races on earth will be blessed, okay? And down here again, it's repeating, from your seed, all nations of the earth shall be blessed. Blessed means that this blessing ends up in another promise to enter into heaven. So when I'm looking at trying to edit the text, I'm seeing that everyone, because it talked about Jesus as a king, is ready to forgive his, and because one, we have Israelis being, but this is now speaking everyone on earth, and everyone who calls upon our Creator. So I have to leave that word that way. So that looks like a pretty good 4-verse group. And that'll be a 4-verse. So now give ear to my prayer. Now this usually means just listen. So if I do this and put listen, you'd have to have his name. So listen, YV, to my prayers. Prayers means you're talking to our Creator. And I'm going to put the word petitions, because petitions is to ask our Creator for something, which is his help. Send him. Boy, I can't even spell today. Petitions. But I'm adding that word. Added the S. To my prayers and petition. What, I got it spelled wrong here? How come? Oh, it was 2 T's. Okay. All right. I'm not very good at English. And this, I got to separate so I can make sure that I'm getting a 4-verse here. Listen, YV, to my prayers and petitions. Okay, that's pretty good. So I can hook that together. Now, give heed to my voice of my petition. Okay, I got petitions here. That would be an S here, so as well. So I can't have it here. And give heed would be the same as listen again. You can't tell our Creator to, hey, you heed what I'm saying. So I'm trying to be polite about it here and say, and listen. Just think that's, and listen to if I say here my, because it's going to be his, first person this. Let's do that. Let's make it first person. And listen to my voice in the day of my trouble. But you're already calling on to him, so this wouldn't be true here. But if I'm using listen, YV, to my petitions, prayers and petitions. Okay, I really don't need this. And then I would say this verse, in the day of, for you to answer me, in the days, and usually when they're calling on our Creator, and there's many stories of many battles and many people, and it's not trouble. In the days of battle, this has to be battle. and the word battle is also tied to the word deliver. Do I have the word deliver up here? No. Okay. But days of battle. In the days of battle. Well, wait a second. Now, this would be words from a prophet here. Okay. For you to answer me. Not will, but you to answer me. Example, a king would send his advisors to a prophet to get an answer or answer his question. So now we have, I got words like this text is being said by a prophet or written by a prophet. In the days of I could go back to trouble. I just, because when Isaiah was asked, it was because Babylon was Assyria was at the front door mocking our Creator. So he sent them. So it wasn't that they were going to battle, but he was mocking them to come out because he didn't have an army. So in the day of our troubles, in the days of our trouble, I called not upon, but to you. I think I called out to you. And you answered me. Okay. Let me see if that's how this is being written. Listen, YV. You listened. You listened to my words. Well, it would actually be, if I'm putting this into a 4-verse. It was a request, so it's the word petition up there. So what I'm actually doing is replacing that word with the correct word. And that way, this is being just corrected to be like this. A prayer, like I said, you're talking to our Creator. Now, when you pray, it's how your stance is, whether you're kneeling, your hands stretched out, your hands folded, but you pray that way and when you're talking to our Creator. And when you petition would probably be with your hands out. Solomon petitioned our Creator when they just got done building the house forever for our Creator, and that means that it was a granite block house, not made from stones. But the thing here is these words could have come from this time. Okay. And it would have to be you listened. Where's here? Let me go. And I almost have to, for you listen, and then this not needed. For you listened to my petition. Or petitions, it depends how many times they ask them. In the days of our trouble, And that would have been for the king. So if it was one petition for the king. Okay. Days of trouble. And not when. It has to be the word when. When, and I'm adding that, when I called out to you, comma, you answered me. Thinking that's a better way of saying what's saying. Now this he would not even say. He would not be comparing our Creator to what's up. Okay. You're not enjoying that. What it is I'm showing people how corrupt the text is by first showing that there's 12 commandments. And then I show you that when I can find the hidden formats that are by the first writer's writing, I do this type of editing and then this text comes out. Well, like right now I'm looking for a 4-verse grouping, but this is a 3-verse where the first sentence is a sentence. And then I will say this is a group to make a small paragraph and then a larger paragraph. The Trinity is what you're saying? Exactly. That's very true. No virgin birth either. So I can agree with you on those. But I'm the guy that can actually prove it. So if you know any Trinitarians, well, what you're actually watching is Jesus's prophecy happened before you. And Jesus's prophecy looks like this. This is one story, and this is a second story that Jesus talks about a helper who comes. He will bear his witnessing of Jesus, and then he'll keep them from stumbling. And he will not speak of his own wants. He will speak and reveal them to what came from me. Okay? And I'm revealing what's coming from Jesus. So this is the next step. Okay? I can tell you our Creator made me see him 8 times, and that is what's going on here. That let's see, I can show you the text here. It might take a second for this to pop up, but welcome, it didn't pop up. Our Creator has a hidden format within the text as well. There, it's going to pop up. Now this is going to take a little bit to load up. But when I get down here to Jesus's teaching, this is still Daniel. Let me show you here in the, oops, this is going to take a second. When it comes down to finding our Creator's hidden formats, oops, you actually have different days. This is the 6th day. This is the 7th day Jesus was there. Okay, and this was the day after, but there's 6 days, 7 days in a row that comes out of our text about Jesus in the last days. What is your religion? I don't have a religion. And if you believe in Jesus, you don't have a religion either. You have a belief. I just told you our Creator made me see him. I know he exists. Okay, so that's the difference between me and everybody else. Who made the universe? Okay, in the beginning, when you clean up the text, our Creator existed in his emptiness, the emptiness in him. Then the text says he separated himself, therefore he made heaven. Then he sent
part of himself back into the universe and made the universe, or back into the emptiness and made the universe. And the expanses, they were collapsing to make galaxies. Okay? And then there was suns that started appearing. He made the sun, and then he made the day and night, or night and day. And then he created everything on earth. That's what's in the text of our Creator's hidden formats. So it's not a religion. I'm taking your belief to a trust. Just like who is telling you the truth that there's 12 commandments and showing you the answer? There's nobody out there doing that. And yet there they are, right there. If anybody I don't know how they're getting by in theology school or whatever they call it, but somebody didn't even pull out the 12 or the text to see what they are. But the corruption is in those that started editing the text. This is the 1611 preface, and these are their words. And right here, this is one of the reasons why they get to edit the text. By the light and feeling we have attained unto ourselves. And they give a great clerk, Gregory, the title divine. And most people, Christians, think Jesus is God, and he's not. But here it is. They got Gregory as the divine. Here is them praising the first Roman king. He corrected the calendar and the order of the year according to the course of the sun, and they give the sun a capital S. Okay? That's Ra, the sun god. And then if you look into this, what calendar were they going before then? And then you have to realize that was when Nebuchadnezzar got done eating grass. He declared the Hebrews the creator of everything, and he started following our creator. And so he set the calendar at the time because our creator made himself known to all Babylon. And then it took a couple hundred years before the Roman emperor said, no, there's no such thing as a creator. But here's the sun god. Now here, let me show you in Psalm, because I just got done doing this psalm up above. But yeah, but this is in Psalms, was it 84? For our creator is a sun. Okay, right there's the sun god in the text. Okay. So those are who's editing the text, and I'm just showing people the truth by revealing the true answers. If I show you a bunch of stupid things in the text, in Psalms at least, let me go up here where it's kind of funny that they have a volcano god here. The voice of our creator hews out flames of fire. His voice shakes the wilderness, okay? Up here, his voice is so loud that it breaks up the cedars. But I got to go here, and smoke went up out of his nostrils and fire from his mouth. Doesn't that sound like a volcano god? I mean, that's in the text. So when I've got over here that I'm removing the oversalted words, that's what's happening. So it's Jesus's prophecy. So I've only been streaming now for about 2 months, but I've been doing this for probably 30 years. I own the copyrights actually to the Old Testament, copied word from the New American Standard. In 1977, I used this Bible program that is very unique, and it's not available anymore. But say when I click on the word or the title God, over here it tells me what that word is. And down here, it tells me how many times they really use that word. So it could use shine, could use rulers. But of the 2,325 times, I pulled all those verses out and I found out that using the word our creator is more truthful than the title God. Everybody thinks his name is God. Here's another example why I use the letters YV, and you can pronounce them in Hebrew, which would be a lot closer than anybody is getting from here. Because in the Strong's gives us two names for our creator. And if you study Hebrew, you'll find that the H on the end is missing, or they don't pronounce it. So you'll start seeing his name like this. And then when you realize that there is no J, O, or W in Hebrew, then this word can't be. But when you see that if you actually pronounce these two letters in Hebrew, I think it's Yahweh, you're getting very close to this. That's why I use these two words or two letters. But just think, if there's no O in the Hebrew language, how come there's O in there 1,096 times in the Hebrew text? I believe that's how much in the Hebrew text. Just the single letter O out there. Oh God, oh Lord, those type of things. There was no O. You can get rid of all those O's and you just fixed your own Bible. Here is something unique. Everybody thinks his name is God, but they changed his name from these letters to two titles, Lord and God, 6,825 times. Now, let me show you how this is the Hebrew word for Jesus. They gave Jesus a name back in their day. And here I can show that when I click on it, that is the word that is here. And then they come down here and they say, 48 more times, we're going to use the two letters or two titles. And what you'll see here, it says the name of the God of Israel. What if it's the name of the Savior from Israel? What if it's the King from Israelis? So let me see here. I think I just brought over a new. I got to go to Jesus here. Isaiah has some very unique words. No, that's a good sign. It looks like I might have. Oh, I didn't get him over here. Isaiah says in, what is it? Let me see. Isaiah 38, verse 11, I'm thinking. Anyways, it shows that they're waiting for Yah in the land of the living. So how come I did that this morning? I know I did. But I can show you in Psalms 48, or 49, excuse me, how they used his name Yah here as praise Yah, sing to the Lord, YV, a new song. They had something new to sing about. So they're going to praise who? Yah. And rejoice in their king. Who's their king? Yah. Praise his name. Where's his name? Right here. And then they can start talking about salvation. So I'm shocked I don't have that text, because it's very interesting to see that even in Isaiah he used Yah. Let me see, where would I? It's on the desktop, maybe? Maybe I didn't get to it. Yeah, there it is. Isaiah 38:11. And this is Hezekiah. This is the one of the, I think he's like the sixth king before, but he's of Judah. He's the one that sent Isaiah to talk to our Creator, and I was talking about him earlier in this psalm to try to explain this text. He's the one that got 15 more years of life extended onto him, so that's an easy way to remember him. But he writes these words, I will not see Yah in the land of the living. So right there, who is Yah to be in the land of the living? Well, they were told to wait. I will look on man no more among the inhabitants of the world. Okay, so we know that, but he has been told that he ain't going to see Yah. He was going to die. This was his writing before he was told he was going to live 15 more years. But the thing here is here's another example of them using these, and I think in Strong's there's 2 H's here, but that's Yah in the land of the living, so that's Jesus. And I don't know how come, I don't know, that's a PDF yet, so that's why. Maybe I didn't make it a PNG, so. But as I'm going through here, I am actually trying to explain the reasons why I'm removing words and correcting the words. So if you have anything else you wanted to know, just let me know in the comment section. I'll get to you. When I have the answer, when it says there is no one like you among the gods, now here he would not even use the word gods, but that happens to be Elohim, and then I've changed it to creator instead of God. But here, that's referring to a false idol, and they knew it. So, any works like yours? Well, the only thing is that would have been the 10 plagues and the 2 miracles that he worked going through the Sinai, and then crossing the opening up the land and swallowing them. So I guess there's 3 miracles that he did for them in the parting of Jordan River. So I'm going to say that this text is not truthful enough here. And then here's every race whom you made will come and worship. Now this promise comes from Abraham, back as far as Abraham, when our Creator takes Abram and makes him Abraham and starts a covenant with him, which is really promise. And then there's going to be many promises. So maybe the word covenant, if you understand that it's promises later, you could use the word covenants. But here, make nations of you, that would be the nation Israel, all of one, then 2 nations, and then there's kings shall come forth from you. Come forth from you means from your seed, which comes down here and say, in your seed, all nations. So the promise is there is no Trinity, because we have the text here of the promise starting at Abraham's time, but all the nations, which here is races on earth, shall be blessed. And this is talking about Jesus. We know that he is going to be a king in heaven. And that goes with Psalms 110, where our Creator tells Nathan to tell David, through your son's seed shall come a king and shall go into heaven. And that is the only verse that you can say why you go into heaven. But it starts back here at Abraham through his seed, and the king that they're talking about of this word him, and then who they're talking about down here is the king. So we know we're talking about Jesus starting there at that time. So that's where a lot of this every race when I'm using those words where I'm getting that knowledge from. Whom you made, so he made everyone, so that's correct, will come worship before YV, and they will glorify your name. Okay. Now, because it's a 4-verse group, I got to kind of decide which one doesn't exist, or does this one go down with this text? Or does the words from here go up here? The words have got to connect together. Whom you made. And this has to be before our king, not the word your or you, Lord. This will be our king. And then this, whom you made, will come and worship. Now this tells me, these words will tell me that they're still thinking that the house for our Creator, our house for meeting with our Creator, who Solomon built, is still there, because if they're going to come and worship before him, that isn't true. We know that's not true. But this is a writing that would speculate that he's going to come into Jerusalem, because they're told that in many prophecies that he's going to come to Jerusalem. So this would be that they're expecting the house to be built. This type of hint helps me understand when the text was written. So that's why I'm pointing out, and that's I need a comma here. Will come and worship. See, and I can't use this. If every nation will come whom you made, they're knowing who made, will come and worship and glorify your name. So this I don't need. This I need. And you can't glorify his name. Nobody on earth can glorify our Creator. So they will praise his name. They will praise his name is the correct word. And then this I can't use, because we're talking about our Creator. Will come and worship you. I have to put the word you here. Come and worship you and praise your name. Because you don't have salvation until you know the prophecies from our Creator. Okay. Now this is getting kind of weird, because wondrous deeds, it's usually wonders are the plagues, and then these are the miracles, the parting of the Red Sea, the opening of the land, swallowing them up, and then parting the Jordan River for them to get into the Promised Land and establishing his nation and his people. So that's the nation of Israel in the Promised Land. And the Promised Land is only on the west side of the Jordan River, even though Moses gave them the other side. And if you know the story, that's kind of why they built an altar, a very large one, like the one in his tent for meeting with him. And then all the other tribes got mad by, what are you setting up? And then they said, well, we still want to be able to get back over here in future years. So there was an argument of this. Well, what I'm telling you is the promised land is on the east side of or the west side of the Jordan River. So, no, for you are great and did wondrous deeds. Well, if they're praising and worshiping, they don't. This is just not needed unless I use the word great. Were your wonders. Great were your wonders. And if I'm using that, and this is coming from our Creator, and wonders, then I would just put E and an S here, well, and say that I'm adding enough to know that I'm changing the word, and then don't need, well, yeah, right where you're, I'm going to need the word your. Great were your wonders, comma. Great were your wonders. I'm trying to see if the word deeds goes with this, but it's not going to. So get rid of that. You alone are our Creator and commanded us, if anything. Not didn't teach me your way. He commanded the way. So great were your wonders, and you alone, that would be our Creator, are our Creator. Meaning, again, here's where the word, instead of God, it becomes first person. They knew his name, so he was the one that created Israel. So you alone are our Creator. You alone are our Creator. I guess I need that word there. So you alone are our Creator and commanded us. And commanded, because he gives statutes, then he gave the commandments, then he gave laws, and then he gave guidances. So if I sum all that up and say he commanded, you alone are our Creator and commanded us. Whoops. Commanded us. Your command us. Oh, your way. I hate the word commanded us how to live to you is what I'm seeing here is what this really needs to be for us to whoops, I got it did for us to walk by, not in, but by. And this, because it's coming from our Creator, I capitalize that and give him a respect in the text. By your truths. Need an S, need this. As saying I've added it, added that S, a period. Great were your wonders. And I'm going to have to put 4 here. Well, let me just grab it right here. Great were your wonders, for you alone are our creator. And this would be the argument against their god and goddess, okay? Their sun god Ra and the moon goddess. And the moon goddess is mentioned in the text. If anybody's studied Islam, there are 3 daughters of the moon goddess, and there's the 3 names of her in the text. You will probably also read Revelation. That's who they're talking about. So now, commanded, you alone are our creator, and commanded us your way for us. And where's the word and? Don't have it, so and commanded us your way for us. Don't need to repeat it again. To walk by your truths. It might be the word will. Walk by your will. It's not so much truth. Let me see what the word will here is in 11 here. Truth. Yeah, not what I really am looking for, but I can see the word truth. I'll leave it as truths. Then by your truths. So let me see here. Where did I stop here? I got just those 2 under 3. And let me go here and put a mark that I'm stopping here. Let me grab these. I haven't done this in a while. It took too long for me to do this. Must have been yakking too much and forgot. Sorry about that. So let me get here and get a good cleanup to see how the text is actually coming along here. Okay. Don't need this. Let me come up here, bring it up closer. Here, 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 and here. Here's when I was talking about he lists Isaiah at Hezekiah's time. So that's what I said there. You listen, that he did listen, and then that's going to be good. And this here needs to be removed. Okay. Now it becomes, please listen to me, Wivey, for I am humble and need you. Redeem my soul, for I am a righteous male. Deliver your servant who trusts you. Be gracious to me, my Lord, for I cry out daily. Now see, that is different than what's being said here. So we might have 2 pieces here. And I'm just saying that right now because when I read it, it just completely going away and talking about our king. How did that happen? For our king will save my soul, for our king is good to us. This will be a capital G and Jesus. He is ready to forgive his and everyone who calls upon you. Yes, you're supposed to listen to our Creator. And you can't throw out the Old Testament and just say there's a New Testament. You have to obey the 12 commandments. You listen to my... See, now that is back up here. Listen, deliver, then he did listen. So this text is going to have to move someplace else. So I use this as a quick marker, just something to draw my attention to. You listened to my petition in the days of our trouble. When I called out to you, you answered me. Now let's see. Will needs to be here. This is like you're getting to actually see words that what he was saying to our Creator, like he's calling out to him. So here will you, because like I said, in battle you use the word deliver. And when and if this is from Isaiah, and it seems a lot is heading that way. Remember, the commander from the Assyrian army was at their front door mocking our Creator. Then Hezekiah he actually went to the gate and showed him the paper that he's mocking our Creator because the scribe wrote down what he was saying to tell the king. And then he took it there, and then he sent advisors to Isaiah. And then what happened is Isaiah, he did listen to him, and he sent him away on a rumor that there was a battle of Babylon. Babylon and Assyria had started fighting. So he had to leave. So it's talking about will you deliver, meaning it comes from him, your servants. He was sent from his king, so I have to have the word S here for servants who trusts you, because Hezekiah he got the extra 15 years for being humble and saying that if I'm to die of this, I want you to hear my words. So, and then Isaiah, before he even got out of the courtyard from the king, was sent back and said, because you made yourself humble before me, I will add 15 years to your life. But be gracious who trust you. Be gracious to me, my Lord, for I cry out to you, and it can't be daily, it has to be today. Today. That's the correct word here. Okay? And then you listen to my petition. And he's writing of the past here. You listen to my petition in the day, and then the word S doesn't need to be here, in the day of our trouble. Even though the word trouble here, I have to explain quite a bit to get to that word. And sometimes these small paragraphs have so much information in them that in the day of our trouble, when I called out to you, you answered me. But see, now the thing here is the text from here, what he was to say to the king is missing. Okay, and then these words are stuck here. So we have text missing between them even, but the story seems to follow. But this text seems like it wants to go with this text. Because this is not talking about a petition or trouble, so they can't connect together to make it like the format that I know should come up. But see how these connect together? Every race whom you made will come and worship you. Oops, do I have two? Yep. And praise your name. For great were your wonders, for you alone are our Creator. And that doesn't seem to want to hook correctly together. If you think this one's this one reminds me of was Psalm 678. It's like 72 verses, and I think I spent 3 hours shuffling them up. So reshuffle them. That one took me like 9 hours alone to do, but I got it there, and then I said I'll correct the rest offline, and I still haven't done that, so I'm a little lazy yet. See how this, look at this. If I put this, take this, and end up moving it up here, our King will save my soul, for our King is good to us. He is ready to forgive his and everyone who calls upon him. Every race whom you made will come and worship you and praise your name. But this text, like I said, is different from the other text because that they know that, okay, Babylon will be coming next, I guess. And if this was, what's the timeline here? I've got our Creator's Hidden Formats has us very unique knowledge of putting all the kings. These aren't, it doesn't mean 38 years. It means these events happened within his timeline of 38. And because this is 35 years, so there was only this event at the end of his. But Hezek, who I've been talking about here, Hezek, they put the IH, since I'm in control of the text now, get rid of all that extra stuff. Here is what I'm saying is the text that's talking that I called upon you, and that would be from Isaiah. Isaiah was the prophet at this time that went to him. But where's the other text coming from? I might need more, because this could be coming from even David's time, because they just have this new song about our king, and they don't have his name here. There's a lot of times when, like, there's a lot of he's or hymns that I will put in Yah, his name Yah. But yeah, this is going to be moved up, and I'll do that next time. But what I've got here is another piece, and then I got another piece. So that'll straighten out some of the confusion in my head to say this one might not connect to this up here. So now, how does the text now read here? Unite my heart, untie my heart to feel your name. Now this is just stupid, okay? It would be, I fear your name. Now that's what a prophet does. He knows that every step is being watched by people. Whoops, how come that didn't work? Did this, I should be able to hit that. Oh. It needs to be this. I use my own old Hebrew way, and there's no capitals except for like pertaining to Jesus and all the words like walked, he walked, and then I will use it as for like Abraham, a capital letter. But that's what, this is not proper English. So I fear your name and give you thanks. How come? Oh, I must have hit cap. That's what happened. I had the caps on. That's why it wasn't working. Okay, I thought it was the Word doing. I got Word, the latest version, and it is crappy. I wouldn't buy it again. I hope this is the last time. But I fear your name and give thanks to you. To my King and my Creator. No. I give thanks to you. Don't need this. With all my heart. It has to be the word I. I praise. I will praise. So this is added. I will. I will praise your name forever. Okay. Your kindness towards me. I don't think this here because that's you can't describe kindness as great. Although if he's a prophet and he's writing this, no, because I'm reading the words below here, and to make that tie together, I got to have the word us here. It has to be the word us. No, it's not. It's got to be green. Your kindness towards us. To, and it wouldn't be delivered, it would be to be redeemed from the abyss. And I'm using these words specifically to keep them tied together. Whoops. All the time. I don't want to sit here and have 10 different. Oh, yeah, put the word redeem like this. Man. To redeem. Yeah, I don't need the E day, but this is a promise from our Creator, so I got to make it this way. Redeem our souls. This is actually prophecy, so part of his ongoing promises, and redeems me coming from him, but I want to color some of these words because they know it's about Jesus redeeming us. So here I have to do this. Delivered, like I said, is from battle. Redeemed is always from the abyss, from the depths of the abyss. Now, where is that located? Well, our Creator tells us when he talked to Cain that Abel was calling to him from the ground. Now, actually, it means under the ground because the surface that you see, they called it land. Because under a river, they could still see land, but then there was ground underneath there, and then there was this place called the depths or the abyss, such as he opened up the ground and they descended into the abyss, or into Sheol, I think the words were, but into the abyss. So that is here, and I'm missing the third verse, or the fourth verse. I'm missing something. So for right now, I'm going to say I'm missing it here. And this would be the comma for this to be that is if it's going to be a 4 verse. Sometimes they do throw a bunch of 3 verses all of a sudden in the text. Because let me see, a 3 text is a statement and then 2 more. Your kindness towards us to redeem our soul from the depths of the abyss. That could be a 3 verse easily. It could be that way. So, and this I don't think would be said, not tied to these words or those words. Arrogant man have risen against us. Arrogant men. These would be mankind. Because it doesn't seem battle here. So it's got to be this practice of meditating to have sex with a so-called female goddess. And that starts in Malachi 2:11. Malachi 2:11. This is Judah, the kingdom, is marrying the daughter of a foreign god, the sun god Ra, and you marry her by meditating. And then here Jeremiah, the last prophet, tells you how bad it was getting, where our forefathers, our kings, and our princes, that princes would mean leaders, priests. If you put priests in there, I can specifically date that in the timeline because down here, this idiot was meditating and he carved an idol of his female goddess and stuck it in his meeting room. To do that, it means the priests were corrupt at the time. So when you're really wondering when the text started getting really corrupted, they tore up the scrolls and rewrote them to their god in the manuscripts. It would have been for sure they were in power here. So down here they kept doing this. So, but Josiah, he was pretty good. There's some good words about him. He tried to throw everybody out, to reassign the priests, and then he went to celebrate the celebration as our Creator commanded him, or the people. And so he sent out to even the few that were in the captivity that were from this side, Israel, and told them to come down. And a lot of people mocked him, but those that did come down, our Creator healed them all. Those that came that were sick, he healed them all. And then they went out smashing all their other stuff out there, tearing their stuff down. And then they quickly, his son fell away. And then this guy here is bad as well. But the text of being what is said and when it's said, that's the problem of trying to locate this text. And these would be the ones inside. Malachi said Judah themselves. So it would be like our mankind has come across. These are known as Jews. Okay? You have to use the text in the Bible to find out the words. In example, the kingdom Judah that I was talking about fell away. They first started calling those people only that lived there Judeans. And then those that were against were Jews, and those that stayed true were known as Israelis. So the definition between an Israeli is one who believes Jesus is coming and follows our Creator's commandments, statutes, laws, and guidances. They are the good guys. But when the Jews who don't believe it, have that sex practice, they become a mankind for a simple fact that a man's maleness retracts inside his body like an animal. And I can show you that witnessing of that in the old stuff here that I can pull up. Here, this is on the Vatican wall, and they even have an Egyptian obelisk in the front yard. This is one of the pictures of showing this. Now, this is a sign of a beast, okay? So, and these guys are discussing this matter. A female, her rosebud will extend out like a sword, thin and flat. So that is what I'm removing from the text, these guys that are editing this text like this. So I can say arrogant mankind, our arrogant mankind. I got to put that in the right spot. Our arrogant mankind. Now you can see this again would be from Isaiah or Jeremiah, even could be Malachi. Now, there was a prophet, his name was Uriah, and when I showed you that bad king, he was at that time, and the king told him he was going to kill him, and he fled to Egypt, and he sent people to go find him and bring him back and killed him. So when Jesus said, you killed prophets in Jerusalem, we have proof of one that they killed, and his name was Uriah. Our arrogant male kind have risen against us. I'm going to have to put the word like a band. Whoops, got to take this. Like a band of violent men. Like a band? How about let's say a mob? Let's use the word mob. And let me see if the word mob is in the text in 14. And let me get that up here a little bit so I can get a band. Concrete, a herd. Okay, an assembly of men. I'm going to use the word mob. It's the right word to be said here. Like a mob of violent men. They seek our life. I'm still testing it out in my head there. They seek our life. They want to change their life, their way of living. Now, when I said the text might go to a 3-verse, lean to our Creator, which would be a period. Our arrogant mankind have risen up against us like a mob of violent men, period. They seek it has to be R. And I'm not really liking the word seek. They sought, they seek after. They sought, they want. Let me see if that word is want. Because Where am I at? Sought. And I don't see no W's down here. Look, pursue. I like that word. Even though I was going to use the word seek, I knew that doesn't sound right. I like the word pursue. Even, they can use it once. They can use plead once. Well, screw them. I can use, okay, pursue. I-T. They pursue our lives. Pursue our lives. I think that would be better. Oops. They pursue our lives for they have not, or they do not, not set, but place you, do not set you before them. They do not place I would put believe, I guess, for they do not believe you. Set before and I'm going to put the word believe, but I'm going to make it my word. So it's going to be all gray here. I need that word because they think they can become gods by being onto this female goddess. And that's why they thought they could become gods. And those that have this practice gave up on our Creator because our Creator says, there's going to be a guy I'm sending that he's going to let you into heaven. They couldn't conceive that. They couldn't think of that when they had proof of this female goddess. And if you've ever went to study in colleges in the United States, you would have had to study mythology. And in Zeus's forehead, she sprang forth. So that lets you know that they're trying to win you over in your college as well. For they do not believe you, period. In this, because when you talk about, like I said, how he redeems, Jesus will redeem, then that's what's happening here, and that's why these guys don't believe. That's why the text is starting to head that way. And then this would be a double space here because it's going to start, I hope, breaking the 2-3 verse groups here. And this is nothing to do with this mob of men. So maybe now this doesn't go with that. Hey, I'm finally getting to the end of this one. Okay. But usually I made this word Lord as red to give me a hint that it might mean Jesus, or it's not really Lord, it's King. They were waiting for Jesus. They knew he was going to be king, not a Lord. A lord is after the kingdom is set up, he lords over you. In fact, he's supposed to be humble and obedient, most obedient to our Creator. And then you are to be like the king. He lords over you by his humbleness and his obedience to our Creator. So, but our king, but Yah, our king, will be merciful and gracious and abundant in kindness. But that's not really, that's, turn to us. Because now this is starting to read like when I call on you, grant us your strength. Now this would also mean that he did grant him his strength by giving him that rumor for that commander from Assyria to leave. You granted us your strength. And your servants were safe. They didn't attack. They weren't carried off and carried away, so we're safe. And being that that was our Creator, did that, I need to do that with that word. Honor and respect our Creator in the text. But is it a 4-verse? Yeah, I'm going to put granted here. I'm going to have to need the word and up here as well. And granted us your strength. And your servants were safe. This doesn't make any sense to go with it. But this would be a comma here. By your abundant kindness for us. I'm going to have to say for us. Whoops, it needs to be a comma. And by your abundant kindness for us. Your truth turn to us. No, I don't think I can use those words. And by your abundant kindness for us, you You turned you it has to be us down here in the end. And then that's like, this is to make it a 4 verse. But the little words, clean them up first. And this would be our Creator. It's almost like a hesitation. When it hesitates, that's to me to means separate them into 2 verses. So you were gracious to us and granted, yeah, it has to be you were. But that's our Creator, so this here, this is no longer needed. And neither is this, neither is this. And by your abundant kindness for us, you were gracious to us and granted us your strength, and your servants were safe. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm just going to get rid of them. That's just that we aren't talking about Jesus here right now, so I'm thinking that's out. But if all of a sudden I need a verse, I go back up and look to see if it's there. Show me a sign for good, that those who hate you showed. It was a rumor that turned, and he went back on his own. These don't sound like David's word. There's too many times David speaks because he does a lot of battles. There wasn't really that many other battles. Ahab had to fight Ammon's that took over East Manasseh, and they lost that land in the kingdom of Israel. But they didn't ask for a Creator. When the Assyrians came down, those tribes up at the top, they mocked like we're stronger than they are, and then they got wiped out. That isn't a sign. The only sign I can think about is when Elijah poured water on his offering to our Creator, and then fire come down from heaven. That was a sign to King Ahab to wake up that I will be with you. And Ahab did return to our Creator. So show me a sign. Because that text would be, showed me a sign. I'm just seeing that these are the only words that I can say truly would come from Ahab. Showed me not a sign, but a miracle. When fire comes down, it was a miracle. A miracle. A miracle. And this wouldn't be here. Showed me a miracle. But that is, he didn't show it to them. Now, what happened is those who hate him have seen it and will be ashamed. And be ashamed. Now, this text I got to get rid of. There's no way I can. That's This only happened with Isaiah pouring water all over the place. And so there's not enough text here, and maybe I was speaking too long. Let's see, where did I leave off down here? 11. So it would have been here. So you didn't connect that time. It missed the second part. I hate that. When it works, it works. It just means I gotta, before I do the next one, I gotta shut it off and then turn it back on. Let me see, do they still... Hey, I did fix that macro. Before that macro was making all my italic back upright, so that, I got that fixed. So it'll be easy doing this without a lot of extra work. Oops, what is it? Yep, they got a home. This, 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 this. Okay. Now this, I've got to start over. These are the editing. Now I get to move the verses around. Let's see here. Please listen to me, Wivey, for I am humble and need you. Redeem my soul, for I am righteous male. Now, redeem my soul. I said that was, and this isn't hooking together now. That's not good. Now I'm getting too many pieces now. I'm getting too many pieces because to redeem your soul, you have to have this kind of text. Will you deliver your servants whom trust you? Be gracious to me, my Lord, for I cry out to you today. For I cry out today. You today. Now I'm going to move this text. Move group up. And this has to be blue just to make it easier to spot. So I'm going to move this. Make this 8 point. That doesn't hook together either. That they don't. No, can't do that. Put that back here. All right. Our Creator will save my soul, for our King is good to us. He is ready to forgive his and everyone who calls upon you. You listened to my petition in the day of our trouble. When I called out to you, you answered me. You answered Ezek. Oops. And where's the Z? Come on now. You answered me for Ezek. That's if I got the text right. So I'm going to make that yellow as a highlight so I can quickly find that. Now, that goes there, but down will it go here? Let me try it. Let me take this. Let's see. It wants to go here. Then you listen, and you listen to my petition. Now, if I put the word daily back, then that's how many days are they out there in front of the gate waiting for them to come out. Okay, so he calls on him and he doesn't answer him immediately. For I called to you daily. Then you listen to my petition on that day of our trouble. So this word has to go back up here, be correct. And then this, because the way the story is reading here, has to be changed. Then and you know what? I think I have changed this to back herd. And I think I have to go up and take a look to see if I change it from here, the word here. This would be 6. I'm going to go way up to the top. Nope. Wow, it was only this long and I spent that much time. Give ear. I got to add the word heard here. You heard. Heard my petition. You heard my petition. Then you heard my petition in the days, on the day of our trouble. No, he's crying out to him daily. Then you heard my petition. Was he doing this daily on his own, and then when the king did, he answered it for his king. Or, yeah, I think that's how. But you heard his petition, not Isaiah's petition, but the king's petition. Then you heard his petition, Zeke's. Okay. Heard his petition in the day and it has to be on the day, because when he sent it to him, everything happened within that day. On the day of, this has got to be his trouble here. He felt that he was responsible for his kingdom, so his troubles, because he didn't have anybody to help him fight. He didn't have an army, even though that Assyria was tearing him up. His men weren't ready to go out to battle for him. So on the day of his trouble, I called out to you, and you answered me for him. Now that makes sense now. Definitely got to know a lot to be able to put these together like this. So, but those two go together that way. Now that's yes. So this was here. So I got to say move group up. And what I'm going to do is make it blue, make it 9 point. Why not? Moved group here. And because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be moving some more, I'm going to make sure that this text gets this so you can draw or easily spot down from where did it go? Where did it go? It went there. Okay. Okay. Now those two go together. This didn't go up there. This is down here. But this goes with this. So if I take this and say these are two groups, and everyone who calls upon you, then every race whom you made will. Then I got the word then right here. Then every race whom you made will come and worship you and praise your name. So that is connecting now as a group. Great arrow runners. And this looks to be like it wants to be the next group to this. Praise your name, for great were your wonders. It would be to praise your name and remember your wonders. Okay, now this text, truths is going to turn into commandments. The commandments are the agreement that they need to have. If they don't obey, they need to bring a sin offering. So the commandments are your sins. And to be able to be forgiven is why they're going to heaven and they're waiting for Jesus here. So this has to be commandments to be able to be forgiven. And this has to be the word to. Promise your name. Well, it doesn't. It needs to be and. Change my mind that quick. Just a solid, hey, listen to what I'm saying and no, don't believe me. And this I'm going to have to just say, remember. Yes, I added that word. And remember your wonders. For you alone are our creator and commanded us your way for us to walk by your commandments. Yes, and commanded us. And made an agreement is pretty much what command is here. And by an agreement for us, your way for us. I'm going to leave it as that. It's too confusing, but that's what it means. And then if this is going to connect, this has to be they. They will fear your name and give thanks. With all their heart, they will praise your name forever. They will fear your name and give thanks to you with all their heart. They will praise your name forever. All is all everyone here. They will fear your name and give thanks to you. For everyone's heart. From everyone's heart. Yeah, I like it that way. from everyone. From everyone's heart. Perfect. From everyone's heart. They will praise your name forever. Yep. I like that. And then that, if those two to go together, then I have that. Then this has to be like this. It's 4-verse. That's a 4-verse. Then we got all these stupid 3-verse, which means we got pieces here. Again, for your kindness towards us to redeem our soul from the depths of the abyss, our creator, our arrogant mankind have risen up against us. Like a mob of violent men, they pursue our lives, for they do not believe you. And by your, this is a 4-verse. But this goes up there with the other text. This goes up, yes. Move up. This gets blue. And I'll make it 9 point. And then this group, copy it, make it 8 point. And move it where? It's got to be here, I think. Oh, 4-verse. Yeah, but this 4-verse goes with this group. So this, and by your abundant kindness for us, you were gracious to us and granted us your strength, and your servants were safe. That is, yes. Okay, let me make this fuchsia so it's really bright here. Okay. Now this is a piece going someplace. But I know I have light text. Okay, so piece I didn't hit. I guess I could say a piece. And this is 3-verse. Okay. So this is a 4-verse, but it too is going to be a piece. Or this will be pieces, I guess. Now I can take all this. Don't need that. I can take this. Oh boy, I forgot about that piece at the top. That piece doesn't go here. It's not a 3 verse, it's a 4 verse. I guess I don't make that a piece as well. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, but it does show you how corrupt the text is. And that's all cleaned up. So this, maybe it'll work on this. Hey, it worked. And this, it's cleared. That remains a piece, and this is a grouped piece. Then like this, and like that. That doesn't belong. That's 3 verse. Whoops, yellow, yellow. Gonna need this when I go up here to the top. A piece. 4 verse again. But these are words from Isaiah, though. That's for sure. That's kind of good. And I want to make them 9 point in blue, italic, and then copy them again. And that's how I'm going to title this one. Since I moved this group here, this gets cleaned up. All this is cleaned up. I don't need these where they came from anymore. Because when I go put them together, I'm going to use a different designation because I've got them in a certain order. But it'll say like Psalm 82, and then I'll have numbers by each one of them. And then as a group, I'll move them because later, if I have to move them around within it, they still have all the little titles of where they come from, or all the placement tags, I guess. And I did this, so that doesn't have to be here no more. No more here. And let me put a save on here before I forget. I'm just looking for editing, and I don't see any. But that was strange to see 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces they tried to put together. But dug them out. That makes me happy. I don't know, but that's our first writer's hidden formats revealed. It was a struggle on that one because the one above, oops, where was it? The one above at least was a story. That was pretty decent there. It's 4 verse and all 4 verse, and they're all sticking together. Except I got a group here I should have marked, because you got one as a small paragraph, another one as a small paragraph, and then they're together. Then they're together, and then we know that there's stuff missing here. So, but that's just a reminder for me to do that and later add that. But those words were from Jeremiah, and now these words are from Isaiah. But kind of unique to see it that way. And I've been going for about 5.5 hours, almost 6 hours now. And I'm starting to get really hungry. So what I'm going to do is just call it an end. If you, let's see, I'll put up this as my times I stream. And then what I'll do is start shutting things down here. And then close the stream down for the day. But had quite a few people stop by today. Thank you. I appreciate that. I hope you had a little bit of helped you out, let's put it that way, in understanding the true truths of Jesus. And this is Jesus's prophecy. So, shutdown kick. That seemed to work.